Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sophie Hogemam, and I'm the current chair of the program committee of Giganet. It's a real pleasure to welcome you all in this year's Giganet's academic symposium at the IGF 2025 in Oslo. We're so glad to have you with us, whether you're joining us in person or online, and we look forward to the interesting conversations and discussions that lie ahead. I would like to thank, first of all the participants of today for bringing your work, your ideas, your curiosity. And I also would like to thank the Giganet steering committee. Given the fact that we only had a few months to prepare after Saudi, I've got a lot of help from the steering committee, so thank you. And a very special thank you goes out to Yuk Dese, who's joining us online and unfortunately couldn't attend in person. His behind-the-scenes efforts have been essential in shaping the program, and so therefore I would like to thank you, Yuk. With that, let me welcome you all again, and I hope you will find today's sessions interesting and inspiring. Thank you. Let's get started. I will give the floor to the moderator of the first session, Jamal Shaheen.
Okay. Should we move?
Yeah.
Good morning. It's great to be in Oslo, and it's great to be here with a community that is very dear to all of us. My name is Jamal Shaheen. Thanks, Sophie, for the introduction. Thanks, Sophie, for the organization of the day's events. As I said, my name is Jamal Shaheen. I'm currently the chair of Giganet, looking for more members. If there's anybody here who, by curiosity, stumbled across us and is not a member, please do contact one of us. There are quite a few members of the steering committee here. I'm here to talk about, or I'm here to introduce the panel that is being organized by Berna Akaligur and Joanna Kuletsa here. Joanna is one of our speakers for today. The panel is titled From the Tunis Agenda to WSIS +20, Pioneering Sustainable Development with LEO Satellites as Critical Internet Infrastructures. We feel that this is a great way to start the conference, the academic symposium, by talking about the critical internet infrastructures and talking about a new, different dynamic in that discussion that is emerging with the use of internets, of LEO satellites as being a space where actually you see a lot of the tensions that are emerging in how do we organize access to the internet and how do we actually make that technologically possible, but also politically and legally possible. And I think our speakers today will help us understand some of the tensions that are there and some of the evolutions that have emerged in this space. Maybe I will just introduce the two speakers. In the program there were three, but unfortunately our third speaker did have to cancel her participation in today's event. We hope that everything is fine with her. But I will introduce our two speakers and then we'll move on to the discussion. And I'm hoping that given we have two speakers, we'll have plenty of time for discussion and debate. And I will certainly try and come back at the end of the presentations and try and feed in some thoughts into this. So first of all, we have Jonathan Liebenau, who is from the London School of Economics. Jonathan will be talking about the evolution of low Earth orbit satellites, historical and economic perspectives. That's a great way to set the scene for us. And after that, we will have Joanna Kuletsa, who's from the University of Łódź. Am I pronouncing that? Perfect pronunciation, there you go. And we will, where Joanna will be talking about international law and LEO satellites, jurisdiction, sovereignty, and human rights. And I think these are all issues that will set up a very interesting day for the entire conference, but also will lead to some very interesting discussions from 9:30 onwards or so. Right. members of the panel, I will pass over the floor to yourselves. Please, you have around, if at about 15 minutes I'm getting the feeling that you're still halfway through your narrative, I might start dancing. And then we'll see from there where the attention goes. Okay? Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, please interrupt me as soon as you get bored. Let me say a couple things of background. I'm an historian of technology originally, and I've worked for many years at London School of Economics as professor of technology management. And I bring both of these perspectives to the study of LEOs and other aspects of space communications infrastructure. And I also think that this is a good way to seriously address the broader question of the panel, which is from Tunis to WSIS plus 20. So I'm going to focus on the problem of the governance of internet infrastructure and LEOs in historical and economic perspective, with a start with the question, who benefits? Cui bono? To do this, we need to have some idea of what the value of the network is, who ascribes value to it, and what relationship the value proposition holds to those who finance it. Now, in the early history of infrastructure, systems were mostly private and faced competition, other than roads, which have been mostly public for the past few hundred years in most places. During the 20th century, most infrastructure elements became either sanctioned monopolies or public entities, sometimes through state enterprises, sometimes as public utilities, sometimes using other governance methods. Only towards the late 20th century did liberalization ideals begin to move towards more infrastructure that was private and competitive models. A landmark was the US AT&T telecommunications monopoly, which was broken into competing elements starting with an antitrust case filed by the U.S. Justice Department in 1974, and culminating with the breakup of the system in 1984, followed by the privatization of British Telecom the same year. Large swathes of other telecommunications, energy, water, transportation, and other utilities in Britain and elsewhere were liberalized. The World Trade Organization and the European Union accelerated that trend in the early 2000s, with the wholesale liberalization of telecommunications networks and services. Now, these were not the driving factors behind Tunis, but they are very much, I suggest, an element of background that's important for what happened since. With early infrastructures, only small numbers of wealthy people could make use of what was on offer. The change occurred when it became clear to industrialized economies that the spillover effects of good quality, universal access was a major contributor to economic growth. Now, while we might wish to address the value question by measuring the benefits to individuals to capture the logic of an infrastructure that offers cheap access and where extensive or universal service is required, we must consider what these spillover effects might be. This is not an easy measure to come to, partly because infrastructure has become a foundation to the majority of economic activity. We do try to measure these things in all kinds of situations, and whenever London is closed by a tiny bit of snowfall, there's this sense that we have an economic problem to address, and a measure of what that effect might be is made. We make an effort. So we can try to do this, but it's not very precise at all. But the answer for LEOs cannot be limited to how many people use the system, or even how high a price the market can bear. The answer will have to come back to the spillover effects, and some guess as to what the widespread economic benefits of the system might be over a relatively long period of time. We have an idea of what these spillover effects are, but it's much more difficult to measure them in aggregate, as opposed to recounting anecdotes or cases which describe their effects. For any investment, the critical determinant of value is the time frame in which the price can be amortized, the type of payoff expected, and the date upon which the payoff is required. Flaws in dealing with these simple dimensions of finance is sufficient to explain the failures of every preceding LEO project. For the current ones, the determinants might have more to do with the critical relationships between government engagement and private sector business models, in particular how procurement of services is going to be handled in the medium term, the value of the spin-offs that might be for government use, military, surveillance, launch services, etc., and what rules get applied for things such as taxation, subsidies, and critically, interconnection pricing. The locus of revenue generation, however differed, and the choices made about where premium profits might accrue in relation to where cross-subsidies might be used, distinguished the companies and shaped their finances and sometimes their technologies. And in part of my study, I went into detail of all of the LEO projects throughout their history. It's not that long a history, so we can get a very clear idea, and explain, well, since all failed, explain what the different causes of failure have been. These aspects of the financial model and revenue generation is evident, for example, in the choices of LEO constellation configuration, or indeed whether the satellites might be placed in medium or geostationary orbits instead of just being limited to a LEO configuration. I understand that Inmarsat, which was the first of the pseudo-commercial geostationary orbit communication services, is being supplemented with LEOs now also. So these kinds of choices get made in configuration based first and foremost on what these economic features of the business model are going to be. And it's evident in what connections are made to, as with Inmarsat, maritime or aviation interests, between civil government or military establishments. The technical trade-offs may be somewhat clear between high versus low latency configurations, between expensive, heavy, powerful payloads versus mini satellites, between broad global coverage versus orbital geometries that allow services only for densely populated latitudes. Starlink's initial intention, if Elon Musk's comments on the opening in 2015 are to be believed, was that it would provide backhaul traffic. And, as he said, about 10% of local business and customer internet traffic. Considering that at that time and since, the vast majority of traffic's been carried by undersea cable, this was quite a claim. But the idea was to focus on high-density cities. It was soon estimated to cost $10 billion as a kind of entry fee, and the U.S. Federal Communications Commission offered, and then later revoked, $885.5 million worth of federal subsidies to support rural broadband customers. Nevertheless, revenue seems to have moved from 8 years of losses to a small profit currently, based in large part on a little over 4 million subscribers. These subscribers pay for broadband at various levels of service, but there's also a business line for the U.S. Space Development Agency for military and dual-use satellites. But this may not continue. Well, when I wrote this, the first version of this, I cited the fact that competitors like York, Lockheed Martin, and Northrop Grumman were getting some of the business that Starlink had expected to get. Since then, 3 hours after Musk's insult to Trump came out with a statement that he was going to take away SpaceX's contracts. So you can see that the business model is based on a little more idiosyncratic and erratic conditioning than the theory of business models might otherwise have predicted. Nevertheless, military applications for related businesses, especially Starshield, are likely to continue to be closest to the core of this business model. OneWeb has a very different business model, and one particularly dependent on national satellite organizations, in particular that of the UK government, the regional, formerly intergovernmental organization, now liberalized company, Eutelsat, and big investors, including Bharti Global of India and Japan's SoftBank. It has had satellites in orbit for a little over 5 years and currently targets governments, including military users, large corporations, and somewhat isolated communities rather than individual customers, as is the core to the Starlink business model. At the same time that OneWeb began its LEO constellation, Amazon established Kuiper, in effect, to compete more directly with Starlink. It began launching only late in 2023. And I think the first Kuiper satellites in orbit are very recent, and offers low latency bandwidth connections at prices affordable to many customers, although an important element of the Kuiper business model is its relationship with AWS and supporting the data centers that Amazon runs. So the long-established SES, formerly the Société Européenne des Satellites, is a publicly quoted company, largely owned by the government of Luxembourg, and is based on a different business model to provide telecommunications network backhaul services for both leading economies and emerging economies, services for the hyperscalers, the big data center operators, in particular AWS and Microsoft's Azure, and a variety of other products such as platforms for digital broadcasting. Its broad customer base and network of medium orbit, as well as geostationary satellites, puts it in a different competitive position. Unlike the leading LEO firms, SES grew substantially by acquisition, and it backs, for example, O3B along with Google and investors HSBC and some leading asset management companies. Well, I keep on compiling lists of all the asset management companies that are invested in the digital economy, and it's the same list of leading, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. So we see the same investors. The fact that that group of investors clearly has a shared set of incentives is an extremely important element of the story about the relationship between the characteristics of these investors and the business models that emerge in the cases. At the end, we come to the core economic problem, which we can frame around the simplest definition of economics, which is the distribution of scarce resources. Its starting point is a determination of the costs in relations to the benefit of the system. We've seen the basic entry cost is on the order of $10 billion, and the most common beneficiaries are either investors who expect to make profits through revenues or through the sale of the business, entrepreneurial exit. The other kind of beneficiary would be those who can utilize satellites for a related purpose, such as national governments who expect returns through economic growth, or the major commercial users of internet, such as Amazon with Kuiper, who benefit both by the infrastructure components for their AWS business and through extending internet access to more customers for their e-commerce business. So the targets for revenue have not changed in type very much, but they have changed in scale since internet access has dramatically widened, and even more significantly, traffic has boomed, and since the hyperscalers have become an important element of the business. This has incentivized the business models based on individual and small group access, on business supply chain customers, and on governments. At this point, it's appropriate to remind ourselves that there's a balance that needs to be struck between the commercial and the national interests. This is both because the national interest will eventually determine the rules of the game, but also because governments constitute a crucial and, in some cases, the dominant source of revenue for the companies. It's rarely an easy circle to square, and it's a it's a difficult situation for the companies to do the kind of long-term planning that the financing bodies would expect, especially now that we see how volatile the state of SpaceX might be. So we need to consider what these elements of functionality of the systems are in relation to the costs, and go back to this question about who benefits and what kind of trade-offs those beneficiaries are making. One critical consideration that's sometimes forgotten in this kind of analysis is the extent to which the characteristics of the use of digital services affect a national economy. And this can be done by approximating the digital intensity of the sectors that make up the characteristics of that economy. For example, clearly some sectors are entirely reliant on data and associated services, such as banking and finance, online services and entertainment, e-commerce. Other sectors are reliant to some degree, but not as great an extent, retail, export. Others are far less dependent on digitalization for their basic functioning, even if digital accounts and communications are commonplace. These include many of the primary sectors, such as agriculture, mining, and fisheries. So a country such as Britain, which is heavily reliant on banking and finance, has a great deal more to gain from advanced, widespread digitalization than a country largely reliant on small-scale farming and oil and gas. For Egypt, a country with large, occasionally restive population and an authoritarian government, the priorities of the army prevail. So there are trade-offs necessary between, say, privacy and surveillance, or between unencumbered international data exchange and internal control. The loss of economic advantages that occur from advanced data infrastructure for a country like Egypt is small in proportion to their current source of GDP. For a country such as Norway, lack of access to advanced data infrastructure would be a major disadvantage. Some countries sacrifice little by prioritizing uneconomic practices. Others are effectively forestalling economic ambitions, while for others it's effectively unthinkable to lose any opportunity afforded by effective data infrastructure components. So I see this as the general background, and I hope in the discussion we can come back to the relationship between our governance concerns and these two features which we can see as a theme of what I've been expressing. One is that as characteristics of infrastructure, we have to consider who the beneficiaries are exactly and how they receive that benefit and at what cost, what trade-offs. The second is that given the diversity of governance and business models, regulatory powers should be used to forestall foreseeable conflicts, including things like state-enacted functions such as universal access and unbridled rent-seeking behavior. So I'll leave my initial comments there and hope we can pick up on these 2 points about the characteristics of infrastructure and the significance of these governance models for specific regulatory powers that can and should be applied.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think there are many interesting issues that you've raised in your presentation, and I look forward to helping the discussion go along those lines. But before we do that, I think it's best if I pass the floor over to Joanna to immediately start your presentation. Okay?
I'm more than happy to do that, Jamal. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind introduction. And thank you for allowing Berna and myself to propose this panel. I have prepared a few slides. My understanding is that they are visible to our audience. And there's a little clicker to your left that I might wish to use. Thank you so much, just to be more self-sufficient. Thank you again. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on a critical component of internet governance, one might argue. That is internet infrastructure, most significantly, as Jonathan elaborately emphasized, with regards to relatively novel components thereof. Today, for the 15 minutes, I'll try to squeeze this into 15 minutes. Please stop me if I go over time. I have been given a tall order to speak about international law, jurisdiction, sovereignty, and human rights. We all know this is a 90-minute lecture. I shall prevent that from happening. Our reason for proposing this session, amongst others, was this declaration that you see before yourselves, or maybe more specifically, an input document to what will happen in 2 weeks at the ITU, the WSIS Plus 20 Summit. We met with a group of expert colleagues working on LEOs, on satellites, on connectivity, including colleagues from the Internet Society, in which for an exciting week to talk about satellites. And we have decided that the most pertinent avenue to pursue was indeed the WSIS Plus 21. So there's an input document that we are hoping will facilitate that discussions in Geneva in a couple of weeks' time. That I will try to pick themes from today just to offer them for discussion here. Berna and myself, together with other distinguished authors, would be thrilled if you gave the document a glance, a read. I'm thrilled to say that Jonathan joined us in Łódź for an insightful intervention and supported the document itself. You will find the names of the authors reiterated there. I have a close-up of the document. There you go, so you can see it more clearly. There are a few points here, including the ones that you see in the title of this intervention, and I will try to focus on them. Traditionally, I should probably start with an introduction, but luckily for me, Jonathan has done a wonderful job explaining why LEOs are at a critical junction. The technology has been known for decades, but now it enjoys a significant increase in interest for reasons economic and beyond. So we are looking at a shift in internet governance towards infrastructure that has been prophesied by our distinguished Giganet colleagues at least a few decades before. This is happening before our eyes. So the reason why we have chosen LEOs as the theme for that specific dedicated WSIS Plus 20 input is threefold. First, we are witnessing a technological evolution happening before our eyes. Second, we see increasing developmental trends that Jonathan elaborated on very eloquently. And third, the private actors are gaining significant power, significant control. Maybe this is the time to speak about changing the traditional paradigm for jurisdiction in outer space. And I emphasize that question mark. Now, you could say this is nothing new. We have been regulating outer space for decades. We have an extensive international legal framework, and you see the three key components of that international legal framework before you. So you could say the jurisdictional issues are well answered. There are no issues with sovereignty. We know what it is. We have been implementing this for decades. Nothing new under the sun. I think that in this room, that statement might prove controversial. We have experts who are well aware that that is by far not the case. For example, if we look at jurisdiction, it would be the Article 8 of the Outer Space Treaty that attaches jurisdiction to the place of launch, respectively, if the place of launch happens to be, for example, the US would then have the authority to govern the activities of that given object. Possibly, if there is liability attached to that object, US jurisdiction would apply as well. Now, this very simple paradigm is being contested, which reflects the framework of Article 8 as probably not being perfectly sufficient for our discussions in 2025. It attaches control based on this very traditional concept of jurisdiction attached to a state, whereas this also introduces issues, for example, of forum shopping. But most significantly, we are looking at liability that is being attached to the state of launch itself. We're witnessing an increasing role of private actors, hence we are thinking forever more about a multi-stakeholder challenge to this governance impacting the discussions happening at WSIS Plus 20 in the following weeks. So as we do progress, we are looking at issues that are attached to this dated framework that on one hand, as mentioned already, are reflective of the flags of convenience challenges we've witnessed in other international spaces, like the open sea, for example. The jurisdictional attribution here is based on territoriality, whereas we see states trying to reach more of a functional arrangement, particularly by introducing national laws. I have a few examples here. For the purpose of time, I'm just going to try and go through them quickly. But one could say the default in this legal framework is for states not to hold national appropriation. Whereas if you review just 3 examples that I have here, you will see that states are indeed trying to overreach beyond that traditional jurisdictional framework. All the way back in 2015, the US was the first country to introduce a respective national legal framework that might be perceived as challenging that jurisdictional arrangement. Then we've seen both Luxembourg and UAE following suit. So the question is whether we should work on a more consolidated jurisdictional framework, whether the one we have in place is enough, or whether a completely different approach might be better suited to address these contemporary challenges. I will just very briefly go through those legal acts for the lawyers in the room who might be interested. We might have the time to circle back to these in the Q&A. But just to give you maybe a closer understanding, a closer view of what we're dealing with, the 2015 US Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act, thoroughly analyzed by colleagues working on outer space law, allows, for example, for the ownership of outer space assets that have been mined by private companies. One could view that as contradictory to the original jurisdictional arrangement, but this is indeed happening right before our eyes. You would see, as already said, an intense debate around this. There's a lot of literature. Just a very brief recap visible on your screens right now. The Luxembourgian approach is relatively similar. We are again witnessing an attempt to maybe territorialize or give a more national focus to the governments of outer space resources. You would see companies domiciled in Luxembourg that are allowed to extract their own resources. Again, if you're looking for the specific legal act, it is visible on your screens right now. And finally, probably the most interesting approach is the one of the United Arab Emirates. The most recent legal arrangement of 2023 focuses on space activities, and the UAE would be offering the most comprehensive regulation available thus far. The law is visible before yourselves as of right now. So we are witnessing jurisdictional challenges, and one could say overreaching sovereignty claims from states that merit rediscussing the paradigm we have introduced in mid-1960s, 1970s. We are witnessing the increase of LEO reliance for global broadband. The issues to be discussed primarily focus on market access issues. This is a game for the big players. We see well-developed states having a say in how these issues will be regulated, but not so much. I apologize. There we go. But not so much with regards to the smaller players who rely on the infrastructure that is being offered them. And then finally, an issue we found of most significant importance is the question of cross-border data flows. So we would be looking at authority grab by those offering the infrastructure and having access to data, claiming national cybersecurity, national security issues, and accessing the data as per their national laws, rather than looking for any international arrangement to be introduced. So these 3 issues prioritize the need for discussing a more complex jurisdictional framework. We look at this point at the extraterritorial application of laws. We are witnessing data localization laws being introduced. China is the perfect example. Chinese national cybersecurity law allows for access to data within infrastructure managed by that country. So if we were looking at low Earth orbit infrastructures offered by China, there is a likelihood that their data could be accessed by the country authorities themselves. But this is clearly not a Chinese issue. We've seen this with Starlink and SpaceX as well. The data approaches might result in conflict of laws and eventually enforcement challenges. I do have a specific example to discuss how criminal law investigations might be stalled by this unclear jurisdictional framework behind data access. Cybersecurity has indeed been the leading cause for states trying to regulate internet infrastructure, low Earth orbit satellites included. States are concerned that the LEOs might be the weakest link in their networks and are trying to ensure that vulnerabilities will be mitigated. In the cybersecurity realm, when we speak about application of international law, one of the hot topics has always been attribution and responsibility. Data access is vital for the purpose of attributing responsibility. So who has the data the authority has the power here. We could look to the UN and the wonderful work that has been done around cybersecurity. We have the group of governmental experts emphasizing in 2015 that international law applies offline and online. Hence, any internet infrastructure would be governed by the United Nations Charter. We are witnessing the final report of the open-ended working group being prepared as we speak. So one could look into those processes and say, well, we've done so much in cybersecurity, we could easily apply it to these networks as well. This brings us to a relatively specific arrangement in the Outer Space Treaty on the prohibition of military uses of outer space. So one could say, again, we don't need a specific framework because everything that needs to be said is in Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty. Outer space is not to be used for military purposes. This has probably been the leading theme for research, also with regards to digital sovereignty. And I'm just going to emphasize the wonderful work done by also Giganet colleagues elsewhere. There's a manual on international law that is applicable to military uses of outer space. The Millimus project completed almost a decade ago. So we do have a detailed framework of how outer space should not be used for military purposes. And this brings me to the last theme. Yes, sir.
No, this slide. Did you want to change the slide?
And yes, I did. Thank you so much. That's the Millimus project. There you go. And this brings me to the last theme I wanted to highlight, which are human rights issues. We were hoping that Roxana might cover those in more detail, but again, this might be an issue for us to cover in a discussion. You could say, well, data is not really a problem because specifically here in Europe, we do have the GDPR, and we are very proud of its extraterritorial effect. We speak very proudly of the Brussels effect. The GDPR shaped global thinking about personal data protection, a vital component of data collection one might have. And we also have the Convention 108 from the Council of Europe, so data protection is covered. We applied also to extraterritorial networks. That might be the case, but my favorite example to counter that paradigm is this one. If you're following news regarding internet infrastructures, there is a growing debate around the fact that Starlinks are being used by organized crime. And that challenge has been discussed recently. For example, during the Council of Europe Octopus Conference, we see organized crime using low Earth orbit satellites reliant infrastructures to make sure that their data is not as easily accessible to law enforcement officials as it could be. And Erin West has been doing a wonderful job. She's a US prosecutor trying to highlight that criminal networks focused on, I don't like the term, but the professional term is pig butchering, are using low Earth orbit satellites and internet connectivity to make sure that their business is done in more privacy, if you will. So this is the link with cybersecurity and human rights. We might wish to have a framework that will allow us to access that data easily. Finally, the last issue that was highlighted in the theme of my intervention here is the question of connectivity and indigenous and marginalized populations access. Clearly, there is a sustainability theme. The Tunis agenda promised us that we would be granted a sustainable internet access, and this is the time to review that promise. Have we indeed been able to introduce an international framework that allows for equitable access also to those in marginalized or indigenous communities? In the paper, we still encourage you to give a brief read. We highlight that this is probably one of the vital issues to be addressed by the WSIS. Now, just to wrap this up, the environmental and sustainability issues clearly also include space debris and ethical mass deployment, implying that there are ethical considerations to be made. The increasing role of private actors facilitates the need to think about how we govern these critical internet infrastructures. Right now, we're looking at a classical multilateral network that is built around international treaties, but maybe this is a time to shift the focus more to private actors, just to ensure, for example, transparency. One of the exercises we have done was to speak with Chinese colleagues on the way that China manages their critical infrastructures, both lower orbit satellites and undersea cables. You can find the report here, and this highlights very different approaches between different regions to critical internet infrastructures. Now, finally, maybe, and this is up for discussion during an Internet Governance Academic Network meeting, we might indeed request for a more transparent and more multi-stakeholder-focused framework for internet infrastructures, low Earth orbit satellites included. This is the time to have that conversation. During different events, we've had the opportunity to present this work. The idea of an icon for LEOs came up. I love that idea. I would love to hear your feedback on this. Are we ready for a multi-stakeholder framework for internet infrastructures? Should the WSIS Plus 20 look into it? Or maybe this is a very different environment, and the model that we've used following the Tunis agenda promise is not appropriate to face the cybersecurity and data access challenges of 2025. I will try to very quickly come to a conclusion. The work that you see in the document is based on a series of case studies. We've looked at the way that Starlink was provided in Ukraine. We've looked, as already said, at the work done by Chinese colleagues. We've looked at OneWeb. So the recommendations themselves, focusing on the need to rediscuss jurisdictional frameworks and sovereignty, are grounded in that research. I'm more than happy to answer specific questions. Eventually, maybe we do have work we might wish to follow. The work on cybersecurity through United Nations, but also through regional networks, has resulted in 11 norms of responsible state behavior. These are clearly applicable also to cyberspace infrastructures we're discussing here today. Just as a brief reminder, this is what they look like. They are rooted in international law, but it is by far a more operationalized framework that is focused on confidence-building measures. So maybe that is the path for us to follow to ensure that the aims of the Tunis agenda are met with the use of international law as well. Last but not least, for conclusions, let me emphasize we are witnessing an increase in legal tensions focused around low Earth orbit satellites and critical internet infrastructures. The session today is a call for enhanced international cooperation, not just multi-stakeholder, but probably also intergovernmental, and we are at a UN venue. It seems we have a lot of work done on international law and how it applies to critical internet infrastructures. This is the time to make it more harmonized and operational. And with that, I think it's 15 minutes. I thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of our speakers. In this very strange silent conference format, I'm now being asked, well, no, I'm now going to ask you if there are questions. I believe that people who are sitting down far below us, hello everybody. If you would like to ask questions, there are mics on the side, or you can just come and sit with the rest of the the people up on stage. I would like to just briefly make some comments. This has been really interesting to see how we start in this space, looking at the way that satellites are core to certain operations, not core to certain operations. I was really intrigued, Jonathan, by your kind of differentiation between how you can say, well, some countries need LEO satellites more than others. Some countries need this advanced data infrastructure. And I'm wondering how that plays into the sort of UN discourses about, equality of access and equality of infrastructures and things. So that might be one way to think of this, specifically when, you're talking about sustainable development and the ability to then move forward to that level. And Joanna, you achieved what you wanted to do, I think. You went through the jurisdictional, the sovereignty, the legal, the political aspects here. I think this is, the call that you're making at the end is really worthwhile in the sense of let's have this conversation about where do we need to take these questions on satellites and where do they sit in terms of the international norms or the international frameworks that we actually want to work with. I was also thinking that, a lot of this is an echo of the discussions we've been having about landline-based infrastructures for a long time. So I think that there's a lot that we can draw also from that kind of space. So I find this an interesting time to be having this discussion. As you said, if we're now thinking towards the future, what kind of frameworks will we be working in? And I can imagine that there's quite some opportunities for conversation around the room. But I see that we have some people who are obviously very keen to talk, who've moved up. I've taken up more than enough time. Can I have a show of hands? Right. And I will also look online, but I will start in this direction because I saw Chris, if that's okay with everybody, I'll start in this direction and go around. I'll give you a couple of minutes, or a minute to ask your question, but we'll collect a couple for the panelists, if that's okay.
I'm not using headphones. It's very liberating. This is fascinating, and forgive me, I was slightly late into Jonathan's presentation due to the enormous queues for security at the door and the incredible distance between the door and here. I just want to, because, so I haven't looked at this since, looking at broadcasting regulation in the mid and late 90s and actually back at LSE, and being, treated to the endless expense account of Dennis Gilhooly at Teledesic. So it really interests me to know is the transformation just the money is here in greater numbers, or rather the market is here? And then the second question I had for Joanna is, so of course, Luxembourg is just a German bank offshore. The UAE is just a Anglo-American but British bank, really, offshore. And so I just wonder whether it's possible to find out, I guess it probably is, which American or British lawyer wrote the UAE treaty, because obviously there's no real parliament involved. And it would just be fascinating to interview them and find out, what they were doing. And I think, you talk about thinking about things more in terms of private actors. I mean, you don't get much more private governments than the UAE and Luxembourg. So they're already here, aren't they? But I'm really, really interested in the development of this, because I haven't really touched on this for, oh my God, 25 years, which dates all of us. And fascinating presentations, thank you.
Well, we'll do a round because we have 12 minutes, and I would really like to get as many questions in as possible. And thank you. Please.
Hello, Alexander Klimberg for the record. Thank you for those wonderful presentations. I found them very interesting, and my question goes both to Joanna, but also anyone else who wants to respond. For a number of years, I've been looking at the application of the common heritage of mankind's principle to internet infrastructures, and of course that principle was first established with UNCLOS and then Outer Space Treaty, where it's common interest of mankind instead of common heritage of mankind. And many people said it was kind of dead because it was based on the lack of governments or other parties' ability to exploit the resources that were being protected. But now, of course, with the International Seabed Authority suddenly becoming relevant after 40 years, and the UN High Seas Treaty effectively putting the common heritage of mankind principle front and center, my question is there a chance that we can actually expand this to the issue that, of course, I was connected with, which is the protection of the public core of the internet and other ways of looking at digital public infrastructure in a more global way? So I'd be very interested to see if the current discussion in Outer Space Treaty is going in a direction that might reinforce the CHM as the UN High Seas Treaty is doing, and if we can extend that to the discussions about internet governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. We have one person online as well, but I'm going to pass to the next three speakers here, and then we'll go to Alejandro online. Okay.
So I'm Christopher Yu for the record. Always a pleasure. Jonathan, love your work. Quickly, you mentioned rent seeking. I find there's two things in my mind for you. One is rent seeking. To me, it works both ways. A lot of local countries are using control of undersea landing stations and backhaul monopolies to replace hard currency they lost from settlements from international calls, and there's a dynamic there, and often look at the entry of a new provider as a chance to extract money in terms of service provision. I'm curious to see to the extent to which that factors your analysis. And you mentioned the different business models. You know, it's a question of pursuing different ones would fit with different types of technologies. But on a business standpoint, doesn't it make sense for them to do heterogeneous business models? I mean, my natural instinct is to say which one's likely to be best. But the answer is you'd expect if one person uses one business model, the other person uses a different one, another second actor, and then it'd be interesting to see if that plays in. Joanna, on your point, I'm fascinated by your discussion of China because in mentioning data localization is one thing, but on the other aspects, you talk about licensing, launch, and sustainability. And one of the frustrations we've had is the incomplete, if you will, participation of Russia and China in launch registration. And so to me, the different aspects beyond the data localization, it puts a limit on multilateral solutions if people don't fully participate, and particularly with the lack of well-defined property rights in terms of obligations there. And the other thing is, the other aspect you were mentioning about data flows is the potential revolutionary aspects of direct-to-phone, which is with the ability to go to direct-to-phone, the great fire, Iran hates this because you can't, there's no base station, the Earth station you can track anymore. And so on some level, you talked about problems with data localization. On the other hand, on a human rights standpoint, this potentially huge benefits. And in terms of accessibility, you know, we're talking about in the US now, a cap on universal service at $1,400, which is the cost of Starlink. And so now we're putting an upper bound on what you need to connect people, and it's potentially hugely beneficial to people in extremely remote areas. I'm wondering how you strike that balance.
Before moving on and taking additional questions, I'm just wondering, how is your capacity to respond? You want to answer now, or you want to move? Okay, maybe Milton, if we could just pause on the questions for 1 sec. I'll give you 3 minutes in total to respond to those, and then we can come back to the next questions, okay?
Okay. Chris and Christopher. Chris spoke first. Why now? So some of it has to do with cost. Yes, certainly launch cost is dramatically less. So entry cost is low. When I was trying to figure out what the entry cost was, I thought $10 billion was a rather small amount of money for entry into LEOs. Of course, the costs mount up, and that's not to compare Kuiper's entry cost with Starlink's entry cost, but you know, yes, cost is lower. But it was 25 years ago or more that the small, cheap satellites were being developed. Surrey, for example, was already producing quite cheap. So I think it does come down to the difference between then and now, to the spillover effects. That is the economic value of using data infrastructure, which has to do with the dissemination of large-scale usages, e-commerce, complete transformation of military usage, and other things that go beyond the kind of telecoms model which still prevailed 25 years ago as a basic, with earth sensing and other such functions on top. So I think that's part of it. The main point I wanted to make about data intensity of industrial sectors is that the structure of an economy will be a significant determinant as to what the trade-offs are going to be on how you want to play the game. And so it shouldn't surprise us that a country like Egypt, or indeed Turkey, or a number of other countries that have authoritarian governments are happy to pay the price, Egypt more so than Turkey, because Turkey's a more diversified and industrialized economy, but happy to pay the price of servicing the requirements of the government or the military, or civil order, as they see it, because it's not as if the financial sector or e-commerce is a major contributor to the GDP in those countries. So I think those things need, and this is, of course, an explanation of why a one-size-fits-all model shouldn't be expected. It may or may not be demanded, but it shouldn't be expected. Christopher, the rent-seeking arguments. You're right. I didn't take into account settlement costs. I think that that's a really interesting element. It should be relatively straightforward to model now that we think of it. But it, along with other kinds of inputs into rent seeking that are specific. So in a sense, the digital intensity by sector in relation to structure of the economy is the framing of some of that problem, but the specific element of interconnection costs and settlement is interesting. And of course, heterogeny, I guess we regard heterogeny as a general good. It's generally a good thing for any kind of system to have heterogeny. And unfortunately, I think we are in danger of losing a considerable amount of heterogeny by the way in which competition policy is working to allow too big to fail giants in dominating a wide range of practices. I would say that the three main big segments of the economic models are going to be probably first and foremost data centers and associated infrastructure. That is trying to deal with that 6% or so that's not carried by undersea cables now, but have certain advantages to move away from undersea cables. The second is military, and the third is the way in which local commercial services like e-commerce might be differentially benefited by LEO constellations. But there again, we can see that one size is not going to fit all.
Great. Just very briefly, with 3 minutes remaining until the end of the session, I'm going to start with Christopher's comment. Thank you so much for that. I think we do agree that the multilateral arrangement is not perfect, and we might wish to work on amending it. So I fully agree with you. We don't see enough of cooperation among states, hence the call for maybe rearranging that paradigm. Data localization, I think, is the part that we can actually put our finger on, and we know what's happening, whereas the outer space existing arrangements are by far not sufficient. So I think we do agree on that point, but I'm happy to follow up offline, if you will. I like the argument of the direct-to-phone connectivity. I think that is the way of the future. We're not there yet, but it's still the question of access to data, at which point it is going to happen. If we lose the on-the-ground stations, there will still be the outer space infrastructure that might allow for access to data. So even if we lose that link, the question might still be there. I don't have a good answer on balancing privacy and security, and with all due respect, I don't think anyone has. It is closely related to national sovereignty concerns, and that's for states to decide unless we intervene and we tell them that there's a different balance to be struck. I hope that answers your queries, but I'm more than happy to have that conversation. Thank you so much for the comment. I'm going to move to Alex. Lovely to see you. I apologize. It's my eyesight. I did not recognize you there. It's wonderful to see, and I appreciate the comment. The work of the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace has been fundamental to better understanding what the public core of the internet might be. I love those arguments. I know that Dennis's 10th anniversary volume is coming out, so there'll be more academic discourse. I regret to say I have not seen an international legal discourse or on including the public core of the internet, if you will, as defined by the Global Commission into the common heritage of mankind narrative. But this is a very timely discussion for us to have. So this is our call to maybe raise it in Geneva in 2 weeks' time, isn't it? So I believe there is room for that conversation to happen. Regretfully, I don't have anything to report to say, yes, this is a valid concern we see being discussed at UN venues. I don't consider myself an outer space law expert. I only do the little part that deals with internet infrastructures. So there might be better informed colleagues either here in the room or online who would be better equipped to answer if there is a thread of hope. Unfortunately, I'm not the one to shed that light of hope onto that discussion, but I do appreciate the intervention. Thank you so much for flagging it. And this brings me to Chris's question. As an international lawyer at a UN venue, I would never have the courage to claim that neither Luxembourg nor UAE are non-sovereign states, but thank you for raising that. I think that's what I heard, but that's a question of communicating, right? So I actually know colleagues who worked on those drafts. I'll follow up. I don't have a specific answer to you, but I think it is a very insightful piece of legislation that predicted the evolution. I do agree with you. It's business friendly, if you will, or private actors friendly. But then again, why not? We see bigger countries and bigger powers, as Jonathan gave examples here, also focusing on facilitating private actors the best that they can. So it is also a conversation for me to follow up on. I'm more than happy to ask questions to colleagues and then report back with more details on what motivated them to introduce that unique piece of legislation. That's the best answer I could give at this point. Thank you so much for the question, though, Chris.
Okay. Thank you, Sophie. I was just going to beg for another minute. We have 3 questions. I would propose that that we do take the questions that we have, but that we really try and keep our responses brief, because otherwise, follow-on effects, knock-on effects, whatever. Milton.
Sure. I had several questions, but I will focus on one, which was about the ICANN for LEOs. So I want to sort of bring some reality to that question. So ICANN was created because there was a centralized registry for names, numbers, and protocol parameters that could be somehow the point of governance. And there was a debate because there was no existing apparatus for governing that other than the IETF. So when you talk about an ICANN for LEOs, what is it exactly that you are talking about governing? What is the resource, and how would decisions be made, and how would the authority to make them be established? One can think of the radio frequency spectrum as being a point of leverage, but it's hard to imagine nation states giving that up. One could imagine launching, I don't know, it's just like when people talk about that, what exactly are they talking about establishing this new institution for?
Ignacio Castro from Queen Mary University of London, for the record, and thank you for the presentations and for the question, because my question is a follow-up on yours. I was wondering, up to what extent do we need to create a multi-stakeholder body for satellites, or do we need to bring the satellites to existing multi-stakeholder bodies? For example, the IETF, where I barely see presence of any satellites companies, some, not so much, from what I know, but I could be wrong. And related to that is, what leverage do we actually have to do that, and how that will change, and the need to do so as the business cases and competition in the satellite sector increases? Thank you.
Okay, I would like to just now give the floor to Alejandro, who is online, and then I think that will be all the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Alejandro Pisanti here in Mexico City. It's past 15 minutes past 2 a.m. I would seriously commend all chairs of the panels and workshops in the IGF to give priority to remote connected participants who are unfunded and very often in the Americas at least working at ungodly hours. Coming also on the point of an icon for Leos, the question upon, let's say my reply builds upon Milton's and Castro's. Once you decide on, once you know what you want to govern, what you really need to govern, you have to find a way to convene, to sort of force convening the actors and to make them pay for the thing. What has happened over years and also outside the domain name system is that you'd rather scare the private powerful actors, let's say by finding that they are violating antitrust laws, competition laws, or something else, and you have to have a set of stakeholders that's not already at the table. At the table are already the operators and the governments and intergovernmental organizations. But stakeholders like the Astronomical Union are very marginal in the ITU, and for example, they are very concerned about the ill effects of the satellites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2-second responses? Should we have an ICANN for Leos? I think that's your paper, so...
I think we all agree we're not ready, and I welcome these responses. We've actually pitched that question also to Jonathan, and he has notes. I would be willing to share the floor. But this is just for me to say that's the feedback we have received, right? Let's have a multi-stakeholder model with ICANN being the paradigm. I'm not ready to write that paper because I'm not sure what that would look like. If we go into multi-stakeholderism, I'm not sure what it is that we would want to take from the ITU. Maybe it would be the radio frequencies, but I don't see a central point that we could use the ICANN paradigm, and ICANN is dealing with its own issues, right? We're debating multi-stakeholderism per se. So WSIS Plus 20 is the moment to have that conversation. If there are those who have a clearer picture that sort of we hear speaking up at conferences, I would love to hear more. But with that, I would also share the floor with Jonathan, because I know he has devoted some thinking to this, and that's the second the second 2 seconds we're going to ask for. Thank you so much, Jamal.
Literally, please. Very quick.
Okay, I did write a long set of notes on exactly this question, mainly to get my own mind around it. I'm very much on the same wavelength as Milton in particular, the comments that you made. I think that the first question is whether the multi-stakeholder model makes sense, especially in relation to the incumbent organizations that are occupying territory in this now. So where does it stand in relation to them? Does it override them? Does it supplement them? If it supplements, then what kind of power relations might be related? I'm rather pessimistic about the idea, but it's worth exploring, especially to address those who are more committed to the concept of multi-stakeholder models than I am, so that we can have a proper discussion and just think about governance from first principles and the extent to which multi-stakeholder model is just one other form of governance, not necessarily a dualistic possibility, right? So it's either there or not. Okay, thanks.
Great. It's good that there will be a to be continued on this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to the questioners. Thank you to the online participants. I will now cede the chair to Trisha, who's going to come and take my place and keep much better time. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, I shouted camera off, mic off. So the second panel today discusses the state of multilateralism and internet governance from a long-term perspective. The research is part of an EU-funded Horizon Europe research project on multilateralism and technology governance called REMIT. And the panel is entitled Mapping the Politics of Global Technology Governance from Domestic Coalitions to Global Norms. We have 3 papers as well as a discussant who will, from my understanding, you'll intervene after the 3 panels, the 3 papers have been presented. The presenters have 10 minutes each, and the slides should be appearing up on screen as well. I take the note from the previous Q&A that I will take remote participants' questions first when we get to that point in the panel. So with that, I would like to first issue I'm not going to apologize, but there is a baby here, so as a chair I will be kind of both doing timekeeping as well as childcare juggling, but just so everyone is aware that we have a young IGF member here with us as well. All right, with that, I will pass on to the first speaker, Roberta Har, and my understanding is that you will also introduce the REMIT project. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tricia. I hope we can have some slides already. Is that possible? The first presentation? Yeah, so good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased that we have some people in the audience. My name is Dr. Roberta Har, Professor Roberta Har, and I am the PI of an EU consortium called REMIT. And today we're going to have 3 papers from our research, and quite diverse papers. We have 6 work packages, 3 content work packages, and you'll definitely see an element of each one of those work packages. So just I want to give you this morning a little bit of brief report of what we've done. So we're in our 2nd year. We just finished our 2nd year of the consortium project. And we had a very good report from the EU Commission and 2 independent evaluators. We had the report just came last week, and we had flying colors. But we had also a conference last year at Leuven, which was very well attended and very successful. And so I have some photos from that as well. So it is our project is in response to an EU Horizon call for multilateralism and transnational democracy. And the way that we interpreted that was through strategic technologies, emerging technologies, and then you see there the different, the overall scope of what we looked at, and we had 4 main domains of technology, and the next slide that I will show you then also the specific technologies that we're looking at, and then how we tackled it all. So I myself am a researcher in the consortium, and I'm in the geopolitics part, which will be my paper that you'll see next. And you see that we're quite broad, which also reflects the content of our papers this morning. So these are the technologies. You can see we have digital and quite an array there. The ones that we crossed out were the ones that we had proposed to the Commission, but that we didn't actually go forward with them. But you see that we have been quite extensive, and we have been quite extensive in the type of ways that we have developed to access these technologies. And I will talk about that in a later slide. So the work package 1 that I'm leading with some help at Maastricht University, where I'm based. We are monitoring and coordinating the project. Work package 2, which I'm also leading, is the methodological part. And Dennis, who's sitting beside me, he helps me in that. He's the data management guy. He's proposed the plan. I've been putting together a stakeholder contact list, and then also I made a handbook, which is on the methodology that we're using in the consortium, which is the Advocacy Coalition Framework, which is more associated with public policy, but we're using it in foreign policy and all kinds of things, mapping out coalitions, finding out who is working in policy areas and the different policy subsystems, what do they believe, what policy do they want. So that's really the foundational part of the research that we're doing. And that's very evident in the research that I have done that I will present to you also this morning. And then you see that we have been also developing, you see there, I have scenario testing workshops, and we've also developed a serious game, the scenario exploration system, which we've done with the Joint Research Center of the EU Commission, and I will show you that. Here's the slide of that. So we have people there. We developed, through the data that we have developed, we put it into a game, a serious game, and we've already played it now twice with some very positive results. So trying to bring our data more alive in scenarios. And so we did a lot. We developed it. We did some testing. I tested it in Cluj, Napoca with our partner there in Romania. Also tested it among students in Maastricht. So we're really developing this innovative aspect of understanding our data. And the reviewers thought it was very innovative and a very good way of learning about what we've produced. Our work package 3, this is a normative construction. Of course, Dennis is the lead in work package 3, and he's going to share his research with you today. Mariella's also part of that, who's also on our panel today, part of that work package. But you see that they were also last year, or 2 years ago, at the IGF in Kyoto. So I am in the work package 4, which is looking at this normative. How does it feed into understandings to the geopolitics? So I am an American foreign policy specialist, transatlantic relation foreign policy. And so my research is focusing on American transatlantic, and that's what I will be presenting to you next. And my research was done with Fila Sinkonen at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. WP5, this is the normative construction where we bring things on the economic and social level. Paulina will present today with that, with James Shire's, the paper that she's done there. That'll be also a paper that we have today. And then our last work package is communication and dissemination. They are also in charge of our website. I don't have a link up there, which I should, of course, but it's remitresearch.eu. So I definitely encourage you to look at our website, sign up for our newsletter. We're really coming out now with the recommendation stage of our research. So please stay tuned. Maybe also sign up for a scenario testing workshop. We will have, so this was also our conference, but I'll go to the next page. So we will have a scenario testing workshop in January. Actually, we'll have one first in September at FIA, so in Helsinki is the next one. Then we'll have one in January on cyber. Then we will have one in April in Rome, and we'll also have our second conference. So we'll have a big REMIT conference there, so you're welcome to sign up for the conference. And then we'll have some other 2 workshops at Leuven, one on internet governance and one on quantum, which will be in the fall. So definitely, if you'd like to come to a workshop, if you have an interest in those particular technologies, please sign up. Please let us know. We would love to have you there. Also, if you're going to EISA, we have a whole section, a REMIT section, where we have 9 panels. Some of our researchers will be in closed panels, and then we have opened it up to other panels. So the title of our section is Navigating the Geopolitics of Strategic Technology, and I greatly encourage you, if you're going to be in Bologna in late August, come to one of our panels. And so that's the end of that. So if you have any questions, I guess we'll save that for the end, right? Okay. Then we can move on to my second presentation. Sorry if I went through that fast. I didn't have very much time. But obviously you can see that we're doing a lot of research in REMIT. Okay, so as I promised, so my own area of research is transatlantic relations, looking at, in particular, U.S. foreign policy. And I did this research, which is really looking at the different coalitions, using the Advocacy Coalition, specifically within the Biden administration, looking at the 3 coalitions who are making policy, what their beliefs are. And of course, that also spills over to American foreign policy today. And I did this with Fila Sinkonen at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. So our research question. So we really had a puzzle here. When Joe Biden assumed office, he promised to bring multilateralism back. But he didn't do that. He really, especially if you're talking about trade, he really adopted very much the Trump foreign policy. He also initiated a blunting strategy, curbing Chinese economic political power, and there are plenty of examples of that. You see that I have examples of there on that slide. Export controls, subsidies to develop U.S. strategic technology compatibility, and so what you come to realization that what Biden did was very much a significant shift from a Democratic president. You see that I have that in red. There's a shift, especially when you're thinking about someone as a person. His own ideologies before that, Biden really professed liberal internationalist worldview. And then I think together these measures mark a momentous change in U.S. foreign policy, in multilateralism with regards to China. So that's what I'm really looking at. That's my area of going forward. So what did I do? So I collected some data. What was my methodology? Well, I looked at newspapers. I used the LexisNexis database. I did some also semi-structured interviews with officials, and then I coded these things. I had a team of coders. We coded through Atlas TI. We made a code book, all these things you can find in the article that I put together, which is already finished and submitted to the journal Geopolitics under a special issue. And then, of course, I used the ACF framework, which was really designed, and I've also done some research on this, and you can look at articles that I've written using the ACF to explain foreign policy change. And of course, the last slide that I just showed you definitely highlights a foreign policy change in American foreign policy. So I used ACF to explain this foreign policy change. So this is the ACF in all the different steps, and my paper goes through all of these steps, and you can see that the first step is to identify the policy subsystems. So I'm looking at U.S. foreign policy regarding multilateralism and China, specifically in their rivalry of strategic technologies. And I had a time frame, so the 1st of January 2021 to the 1st of January 2024, and that's what I did my data collection. So those are the documents that I coded were from that time frame. So I'm identifying the boundaries of this subsystem, and you can see that corresponds with a diagram there on the left end. And I actually identified, so it has coalition A and coalition B, but I actually identified 3 coalitions, which I will go through. The ACF is really focusing on beliefs. What do policymakers believe? What is their worldview? Then based on this worldview, what do they want? How do they see the problem? What tools do they think are out there to address that problem? What are their policy preferences? All those things are part of the ACF as a framework. And so what I did is I identified actors, the potential coalition members through inductive and deductive coding, try to measure the coordination of the different coalitions. If they have good coordination, they're a strong coalition. So I measured all these things about the actors. So this is part of the data now. So I told you I identified 3 coalitions. The first coalition I identified was the new isolationists. And many of these people are members now of the Trump administration, although I think it's very hard to characterize Trump as a new isolationist. And I think that the current sort of turning on the MAGA crowd on each other is very much indicative of the fact that there are isolationists in the Trump administration, but also people that are more like Trump, maybe more transactional. So these are the people identified that had these views. Certainly could talk about Peter Navarro or Stephen Miller, Chris Miller. All these people are very much isolationist views, which also is linked to the fighting that they have now within the Trump administration. So identified these also through structural codes. These are trying to capture their views, and also with value codings. My second coalition, these are the multilateralists. These are the people within America with the foreign policy subsystem who still really focus on multilateralism, who believe that's the way to go forward. And I will show you also some of the views I have on later tables. Of course, this is a lot of data out there that I'm throwing at you, and I greatly encourage you to then look at the overall article, which then goes into this into much more detail. And then those that are primary coalition within the Biden administration, we label them flexilateralists because they are somewhat multilateralist and somewhat new isolationist. So identify these three coalitions. Step 3 is to talk about identifying their different beliefs. And so here you see these are all the beliefs. And in the Advocacy Coalition, as the previous slide showed, they divide beliefs up into deep core, near core, and secondary. Deep core are those things that are really at the heart of how you see the world. And then this will inform how you want to then guide your vision of the world. And then finally, actually, what policies do you want enacted based on your deep core and your near core beliefs. And then I tried to capture beliefs because, of course, capturing beliefs is a difficult thing to do. I captured that through value coding. So it captures worldview, expressions of their worldview. And again, I used LexisNexis database for that. So this is the beliefs of the new isolationists. And the part that is blue, those are the things that the new isolationists believe that they coincide with the flexilateralists. And the things in green, which there are no things in green in this case, are those things that overlap with the multilateralists. So these are the flexilateralists, and you can see, as I alluded to in the beginning, that flexilateralism has a lot in common with new isolationists, with blunting, with the Trump administration, that they adopted many of the same views as the Trump administration. So this is going to then, you're going to see that Trump, in an economic way, in a rivalry way with China, very much was similar, the Biden administration was similar to the Trump administration. And you can see there's a lot of red up there, that they coincide. So what did I do? Then I maybe it's hard to see there, but on the left side, that's the axis for coalitions, and on the right side is actually I looked at what were the main technologies that they talked about. And then you can see that robotics and cyber and biotechnology are up there, but the really thing that everybody talked about was artificial intelligence, both military and civilian. So you can see that was very much a part of it. And here through descriptive coding, I tried to capture the dynamics between the different coalitions, who's winning the argument, who's being able to shape policy, and then you can see I tried to do that. And you can see also that the green, the multilateralists, which of course might be interested for people today, they are in the minority. They were not very much heard. Their voices were drowned out by, well, obviously flexilateralists' voices. This is the code occurrence about beliefs. So then you can see who is informing beliefs and which beliefs. You see that the flexilateralists, their core beliefs, very much informing, again, AI, a little bit of biotechnology, a little bit of robotics. Yes, and I am going fast because I realize I don't have enough time. My chair is telling me I don't have much time. But this gives you a sample of the findings that we had. This, I think, is also interesting. If you looked at the earlier vision on the ACF, external events are also very important when you're talking about shifts or changes in policy. So I coded for 10 different external events. What is the most important external event shaping policy? And then what overwhelmingly came up is that from this time frame, that the way that computing power is linked to great powers was the most important element of what everyone was talking about, what had the most impact on why the policy shifted in America from one of more multilateralist, sort of a liberal support of a liberal international order, to one of being concerned about multilateralism. Does it really sort of a very Trumpy, is the Cold War order really what is benefiting America? So you see that the computing power is very essential in this shift. And that's the end of it. So I went fast. And I guess later we'll have questions then. Okay, good. I'm sorry if it was too fast. I tried to be fast.
That's perfect. That was before my timer actually went off. Thank you so much to Roberta for the first presentation. We have a small shift in the program in that we will, Okay. That we will be taking the paper that is listed third as second. So I now pass on the floor to Dennis, Marielle, and Nicola for the paper entitled Digital Constitutionalism and Global Digital Governance, Identifying Actor Principal Networks between 321 Digital Bill of Rights. The floor is yours, also for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you. So now we're ready to go. It's very odd with the headphones on. You hear yourself double. So I'm waiting for the slides to appear. Yes, thank you. So indeed, we'll be talking about digital bills of rights, which is a topic that has been explored in the academic world for a little bit longer, but at the same time, not to the depth that we think it actually is interesting. So these digital bills of rights, they make normative claims about how the internet and also more expansively other digital technologies ought to be governed and what rights people should enjoy. So in general, what it allows you to look at is what these documents tell us about the nature of global digital governance discourses. So this has been a joint project with quite some people involved, but led within the REMIT project by Dennis Redeker and myself. And we've been working together with Nicola Palladino at the University of Salerno within the context of the Digital Constitutionalism Network, and also included the efforts of quite some other people that are also included here on this slide. So since we have limited time, let's dig right in. So these digital bills of rights, what are they? So they employ the characteristic jargon of constitutions, so documents made by states, classifying our core rights, for example, and articulating the rights of individuals and establishing obligations, similar to the way the constitutions do. They can be directed at different holders of power. So, of course, initially mostly public, trying to restrain the power of states, but increasingly also private holders of power. And you can think of examples such as the African Declaration of Internet Rights and Freedoms. So in terms of research questions, what we've been trying to do is to study a very large set of these digital bills of rights, covering over 30 years, which covers, of course, a lot of development in terms of thinking about governing the digital space. And we try to answer the questions: how is the normative discourse about digital rights structured? Which actors form discourse coalitions, since of course this can go far beyond states, as we know. Which principles are affiliated then with these different coalitions that form around particular discourses. So we expanded a previously existing data set, and it's now expanded to 321 digital bills of rights covering 1992 up to 2023. And if you're interested in learning more, there's also a lightning talk number 80 on Wednesday. We'll be talking about the data set a bit more and the data, also the interactive interface that you can use to explore it. And these are all digital bills of rights that are related to the internet, to digital technologies, to platforms, to AI, governance, and principles related to those different technologies. And they've all been hand-coded. So imagine a lot of people have been working very hard on this data set, hand-coded for 58 principles and various categories of data or metadata. So things like freedom of expression, privacy, and so on. So I won't spend too much time on this, but there's just an interesting thing already in what kind of documents actually are produced, and also how many of them. So over time, you see that there's increasing use of this format. So more and more digital bills of rights are being put out. But especially in the last few years, this is largely because of AI-related documents. So you see a peak, but most of that, more recent ones, they really focus on AI. If we then look at what kind of actors are proposing them, because we are approaching this really as the whole breadth of who's involved in multi-stakeholderism, then we do see that indeed all these different actor types, they are using this format. But if you look at the signatories, so who put them out, then of course a lot of it is supported by intergovernmental organizations, but also a lot of these comes from civil society, and to a lesser extent, for example, from academics, but also quite some involvement from the private sector. One thing we find interesting from the descriptive side is, of course, where do they originate from in terms of regions? So the geographical scope. And here we see that Europe is quite prominent, featuring within our data set as being the signatory or proponent of these digital bills of rights, but also quite a lot from global, which is our UN, these kinds of global bodies, and also quite a lot from North America. But at the same time, of course, we also see regions that are much less represented within our data set. So final thing before I hand over to my colleague is that because we coded for all of these principles, you can then see their development over time as well. So which principles are being used more often or less often. So for example, you see that freedom of expression used to be one of the dominant ones, but now is featuring less within the newly put out bills of rights. So on that, I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you so much for the introduction to the data set and for those remarks, Marielle. So I'm now going to take it to some of the analysis we did for this paper. We wondered obviously about the structure of how the discourse is linking actors and principles and rights they articulate. And in order to do that, we had to recode the data set a little bit, and we had to recode not just per document, so to say the document entails this and that principle, but then we had to recode this as statements. So these actors who authored the document are then taken as those supporting the statements. For example, in favor of multi-stakeholderism, in favor of freedom of expression, and so on and so on. So this is what we did. We did not collate those results because you can imagine some of the actors are authors of many of those digital bills of rights, including the European Union, European Commission, European Parliament, Council of Europe, APC. So there are some actors who are very active in this debate and publishing these documents. Then we created a bipartite network, essentially linking actors and principles, as I said, and because we wanted to know about the structure of this entire larger discourse of 320 documents and all the statements and all the more than 800 actors that we coded, is we used the Forced Atlas algorithm in order to see how these cluster. So which actors and principles are closer to each other, which are more similar. And then we did not set the number of discourses or discourse coalitions that we wanted to see. So we had, in the end, came up with 4 clusters that are somewhat similar. I'm going to show you this now. Oh, you see it? Sorry. There we go. This is what we got out of the 321 documents. I think there's a word of caution, and Maria already explained that. This is over a period of more than 30 years. So this is not necessarily people in one room. This is not at the IGF 2024 or something, where people just debate something specifically around one table. But instead, people might have authored a statement 20 years ago, and so they also entailed maybe again 20 years later with a different kind of statement. And so what we haven't done here is to look at the shifts, neither on the individual, organization, or actor level, nor on the level of the network for this. We're working on this, but it's quite complex. And this is essentially first kind of overall descriptive analysis. The four clusters that we found. You can see here actually that there are 3 bigger clusters and 1 smaller cluster. And you can see also on gray, you see the principles. It says here in the agenda, it says doc, but it's the principles. For example, on top, you see privacy, you see transparency, freedom of expression. And then you see the actors clustered around them by the stakeholder group. Sometimes it says multi-stakeholder. There we could not, from a group, so to say, so it's a group that authored it. There is no specific well, that actor is just a multi-stakeholder actor, so to say. Well, this is the first cluster. We call it Human Rights and Internet Self-Governance Discourse Coalition. The leading principles are transparency, freedom of expression, human rights, accountability, freedom of information. This is heavily dominated by civil society actors. If you look at the purple here, this is also somewhat dominated by kind of the stakeholders' location in Europe, North America, and globally. And this is in terms of the period. This starts already in kind of the earliest documents, and then we have a very strong uptake in the 2010s for this coalition. The second coalition is the Inclusionary Rights Discourse Coalition. Here we see, right to access, user awareness, cultural diversities. These are often participation rights and principles, but also developmental interests to have the internet reach out to more people. Here we see a strong focus on one hand, on Africa, I think, in terms of regions, and that's not surprising, but also civil society authors. The third cluster that we can make out is the Security and Legitimate Purpose Discourse Coalition, we call it. This is all about privacy, data protection. These are the rights and values that are at the core of those actors, of those statements the actors are based on. And we see here a lot of government documents fitting that bill, a lot of European and global documents, but not so much in Africa, not so much in North America. And the last and the smallest of those of these discourse coalitions is the Content Governance Discourse Coalition. This is really a discourse about social media, if you will. If you content on the internet, obviously a broader topic, and it can be understood as a more broader topic, but the freedom from hate speech, freedom from disinformation, intermediate reliability, these are buzzwords, these are principles closely linked to that discourse. So is digital literacy. And here we see a lot of European, we don't see as many actors, but we do see a lot of civil society and intergovernmental organizations. We see a lot of European and global input. And that's already pretty much it. We are seeing here a database that helps us better understand the overall picture of discourses in the space. It is certainly interesting to compare this to other ways of seeing discourse, either temporally in just 1 year or a period of 3 years, other kind of documents. We've earlier heard the WSIS plus 20 contributions or input papers. These are other ways of understanding, obviously, discourse. What we see here is a strongly civil society oriented perspective. And one open question I think that remains, it remains, is how this squares with other ways of seeing the world, particularly this idea that we have this European, Chinese, and American model, the digital empires, as Andrew Bradford calls them, and we also in the project we work on that assumption essentially. How do we square this with those 4 discourse coalitions, right? And also, honestly, where is the Global South in that model of 3 digital empires, right? It is missing, but the Global South is part of the discourse, obviously. So this is quite important to differentiate, and that's it for this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Marielle and Dennis, for this second presentation. We will be moving on to the third now of Apolline and James, entitled Virtual Roots, Tomorrow Never Dies, How Emerging Technologies Shape Cybersecurity Futures. You also have 10 minutes, and I will also be using my dog timer in case you go over.
Thank you very much. Let me just take this off. All right, so hi everyone, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Apolline Roland. I'm a policy researcher in emerging technologies and cybersecurity at Virtual Roots. And maybe just to let you know what is Virtual Roots. So it's a nonprofit that tackles the impact of emerging technologies on global affairs through a variety of activities, which you can see here. But more specifically, it would be into 3 branches: so research, education, public engagement with a variety of stakeholders. So the paper that I will be presenting today is called Tomorrow Never Dies, How Emerging Technologies Shape Cybersecurity Futures. And in particular, this presentation will explore how the concept of emerging technologies shape how we think about cybersecurity, and especially how institutions use it to project risk and action into the future. So this is also part of a broader conversation on how ideas like emergence and the concept of emerging technologies, obviously, travel through different institutions and influence governance. So first of all, some context. I will just, emerging technologies are central to technological governance nowadays. However, what counts as emerging technologies and its meaning is very much taken for granted. So cybersecurity is actually shaped by that thinking, and it is inherently future-oriented. In cybersecurity, we act now on threats that are yet to occur. As such, the concept of emerging may sound a little bit descriptive, but it's actually very political. It defines what is seen as urgent, what requires priority, and thus determines governance and funding opportunities. So our research question for this paper was, how does emerging technology shape the cybersecurity imaginary, and especially its orientation to the future? Some definition first. So first of all, what do we mean by emerging technologies? So emerging technologies are defined by novelty. Defined by novelty, uncertainty, and impact. They are politically constructed and future-oriented, and they occupy a threshold space. So they're not yet real, but they are seen as urgent. Cybersecurity, on the other hand, it frames emerging technology as both a threat and a solution. So emerging technologies can be understood as threatening to cybersecurity, but then they can also provide solutions, so cybersecurity solution through emerging technologies. It follows quite of a similar narrative as emerging technology in that it focuses on what is the next threat and what could be the next solution. And it depends on technological narratives to justify both anticipation and action. However, there is one key distinction to make here. Cybersecurity can be both a component of technology, but it can also be a technology area. For our case selection, we decided to focus on the West, so emerging technologies as a Western problem. And I will just, So in this paper, we decided to focus on the West because the US and allies share quite similar institutional models for defining and governing emerging technologies, namely shared liberal market systems and aligned technological governance, or technology governance. The West has framed emerging technology as both an economic opportunity and a strategic priority, which has led to aligned practices in technological assessment, for example, but also standardization and forecasting. China and Russia, in turn, just to give a little bit of a point of comparison, they have taken slightly different approaches to emerging technologies. And that is because that's influenced by their own geopolitical context, but that is outside the scope of our paper. So in order to do this paper, we have mapped out technology organization assessments since 1972 in the West. Without going too much into details, these institutions have basically helped frame what we understand as emerging technology in the West, and assess and both diffuse as well the notion of what constitutes as emerging technology and how risk is managed to. You can see from here, less and less are being developed. That's because obviously they already exist. However, maybe one point here, we have noticed that the ones that were more, well, say, recent are seen more like as advisory. So they've been developed as part of, for example, parliamentary duties, or they're very sector specific. So for example, the health sector have developed specific technology assessment organization. So how do we evaluate cybersecurity as emerging technology? So as we've seen before, cybersecurity is both shaped by and evaluated as emerging technology. So we can see them both as an aspect and a component of emerging technology, but also as a field of emerging technology. And existing tools for assessment actually don't quite fit the nature of cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is a very particular kind of technology. It can be both hardware and software. It's both digital and also physical. And there is a need for a better model. But let's see perhaps two examples that we have researched to kind of back up this claim. The first one that we looked at was the Gartner Hype Cycle. So for a little bit of context, Gartner Hype Cycle is a methodology developed by Gartner, which is a private consultancy. It is widely used to help clients decide when to invest, and it relies heavily on experts' judgment and market sentiment. It's very much subject to market hypes, and it is not really backed by scientific criteria. It's very subjective, and in the case of cybersecurity, for example, that could mean focusing on what looks exciting rather than what is actually important. The second methodology that we looked at was technology readiness levels. So it's maybe more of an accurate / developed technology. It was developed by NASA for the airspace and defense field originally to track technical maturity from early research to operational deployments. But it remains also a little bit subjective, especially in the testing phases. And it also does not account for the issue of technological obsolescence. So for example, once a technology is released into the market, it will be deemed as being emerging, but then over time it will remain with a high TRL level while not really being emerging anymore, let's say. And with regards to cybersecurity specifically, there has been many attempts to apply TRLs to cybersecurity, but they've been rather inconsistent, we've found. So first, they've been applied to cybersecurity system, viewing cybersecurity as a field. Then they have applied cybersecurity as a score to technological innovation. So cybersecurity here is more seen as like a component or an aspect to assess a given technology. And sometimes it's been seen as, it's been developed as cyber-specific TRL models, but they don't quite capture the unique nature of cybersecurity and the specific evaluation needs that require more flexibility because cybersecurity is nonlinear, it's quite dynamic, and it's also relational. So what does the concept of emerging technologies do for cybersecurity? Two main things. First, it justifies funding through speculative models with limited scientific grounding. And second, it prioritizes cutting-edge technology while overlooking older critical dependencies. So at the expense, for instance, of mundane but critical systems, such as legacy codes, outdated infrastructure, but also underfunded public services. And so to conclude on this, I will just conclude on that note. The question should probably not be only on what technologies are emerging, but who decides what gets seen and what gets missed. And that goes through evaluation. And this matters especially because it influences how emerging technologies, including cybersecurity, no matter how you see it, is governed across institutions. And that will be all for me.
Thank you very much. Well kept within time. I will now be passing the floor for 10 minutes to our discussant, Dr. Olga Kirilikuk, who served on MEG and is also the current chair of the Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance seating. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm a little bit outside for this party, but still it's such a huge pleasure to engage with such a rich body of the research on the governance of digital technology. And listening to the presentations, I have found myself thinking about how far the conversation around digital technology governance has gone until now, and how complex also it has become along this way. I also want to note that what we've heard from all speakers are not just academic explorations, but attempts to make sense of the reality that for many of us who are working in the policy field is the everyday terrain that we are trying to navigate. And this is the space where both geopolitics, governance ideals, and normative aspirations all collide. A decade ago, when I was writing my PhD on multi-stakeholder policymaking, I was thinking that this is the approach which is offering a fresh and promising force for the re-energizing of international law. And it seemed to offer a more inclusive, flexible alternative to state-centric decision-making, something which is more agile and more human-centered. That was the kind of approach that could bridge global divides and bring in voices which too often were left out of the formal diplomacy, which also has been shown today by the speakers. But with the time, we have come to see a lot of cracks also in the multi-stakeholder approach, and the promise of multi-stakeholderism, which was promoted as something which is totally open, participatory, and bottom-up, has often faltered in implementation efforts. We witnessed glaring disparities in stakeholder representation, which was rightfully pointed just a couple of minutes ago by Dennis in what they have found also in their research. We have seen that civil society groups struggle to sustain engagement in many internet governance fora, especially representatives who are coming from the Global South, again, which was mentioned in the research paper. Discussions are held quite a lot, but policy doesn't always follow those discussions. And while the Internet Governance Forum after 20 years remains a vital space for dialogue, how many times have we left the venue with rich ideas? That was many, many times. I can think of that, but it was very rare that we had a very clear path for the implementation of those ideas. And this is an important thing that after having all these discussions, it's also important not just to wait until the next IGF is happening in a year-long time, but also that there are discussions and follow-up activities happening in between. So what struck me in today's presentations is also how the current research papers lays about this tension, and whether it's the construction of rights discourses through digital bills, the shaping of cybersecurity futures by narratives around emerging technologies, or the domestic coalitional dynamics that influence what kind of multilateralism is even possible. All of it reminds us that internet governance has never been just about technical coordination or cooperative norm building. It has always been also about the power that stakeholders bring to the table. And we also should be honest, any policy-making process in this space today is inseparable from geopolitical competition. Strategic technologies such as AI, quantum, cloud, semiconductors are now the terrain of economic warfare and national security. And who sets the standards? Who controls the infrastructure? Who defines the risks? These are no longer the neutral questions, as was vividly shown by Roberto on the example of continuous US-China tensions. And the notion of a shared digital future often collapses under the weight of national interests. Yet, even in this fragmented reality, I see a lot of value in what the researchers have attempted to do and shared with us in their today's presentations. By mapping coalitions and tracing narratives, but also by revealing the deeper tensions in how digital governance is discussed and understood, the researchers offer something that we as practitioners desperately need, and this is a clear sense of the forces shaping the playing field. This kind of analysis can inform how we approach inclusive participatory governance, not just as an abstract ideal, but also as a strategy which is rooted in realism and not just in some far-going aspirations which are never going to be implemented. It helps us ask sharper questions. For example, who is shaping the emerging norms and whose values are reflected in those norms? How can multi-stakeholder spaces like IGF remain relevant, not just as forums for talk, but also as platforms that fit meaningfully into norm development and institutional decision-making? And lastly, can we create connective tissue between digital rights bills and regulatory frameworks, and also between anticipatory narratives and inclusive governance models? We might, for example, look at how the notion of digital constitutionalism could be mainstreamed into IGF outputs, translating values into principles and principles into pressure on policymakers. Or we might also consider how IGF-hosted coalitions could proactively engage in shaping how emerging technologies are framed, not just by dominant Western actors, but in a way that centers equity, legacy infrastructure challenges, and the lived realities of users across the globe. We can take AI as a real-life example, which was also mentioned today a couple of times. Today, powerful actors talk about frontier AI as if it was the only game in the town. Yet, for most of the world, the issue is not simply GPT-4 or GPT-5, but algorithmic discrimination in public welfare systems or exploitative surveillance in migration contexts. We need governance frameworks that speak to both realities. So yes, multi-stakeholderism is still worth defending, but not uncritically. We need to strengthen it with the safeguards for meaningful participation, mechanisms for accountability, and pathways to translate talk into policy. And this is where the IGF is still holding potential if it embraces a bolder role in convening, documenting and advocating for concrete follow-ups and implementation of those insights and recommendations that are being so widely discussed during the sessions like the one we are having today. So to summarize, I would say that the road ahead for global technology governance definitely won't be linear and it won't be apolitical. But if we use analysis like the one that was presented today, not only to understand the terrain, but also to design smarter, more inclusive engagement strategies, then perhaps we can still push the internet internet governance field toward equity, even in a world which is shaped by a lot of competing interests, values, and governance strategies. And most importantly, the ideas which have been discussed today shouldn't remain just in academic journals or within the walls of the panel discussion rooms. Let's do our best to find ways to carry them into our strategies, our partnerships, and our institutional reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this rich intervention. I've been impressed at the speed at which each of you is able to have the words flowing and coming out coherently. We will be moving on to a little bit less than 20 minutes of Q&A. As I indicated at the beginning of this panel, I'll be taking online participants' questions and comments first. However, I do not see any at this point, but feel free to raise your virtual hand or put them in the chat and I can read them out. I will then move on to questions here within the room at this point. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the very interesting presentations. My name is Ignacio Castro from Queen Mary University of London. So I think this question goes more to the first two presentations. I was wondering whether you have considered using tooling from natural language processing that could help you analyze in a different manner, so not as a replacement, but complementing what you have done. And I was also wondering whether you have considered comparing the data you analyze with a different one, and somehow normalizing things. So, for example, when I don't remember which presentation it was, says like most of the people is talking about AI. Well, everybody's talking about AI, pretty much everywhere you go. So it would be kind of interesting to find a way to somehow normalize that, or to compare it with a different institution to see if that's an outlier, or it just happens to follow the regular trend. So I would be very curious to see further work on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a second intervention.
I'm Christopher Yu from the University of Pennsylvania. So thank you very much for the presentations, and particularly the ones that I love the empirical grounding, because so many of these things, the presentations of this note, are often just observational and it's hard to make the claims. I keep thinking of what I always think of as Hume's guillotine, which is you start with a descriptive analysis, and the question is, what do we make from it? Because the problem to me has historically been with institutional analyses, particularly political economy analyses or positive political theory or what you will. We know that certain multi-stakeholder things, we can describe them, but there's very little traction on how we should design such processes in ways that overcome problems. And so I find myself wanting some comparative analysis. You know, you mentioned in the last panel, ICANN, they formalized the GAC, the Governmental Affairs Committee. Is this positive or negative? We talk about the institutionalization of the user representation and ways to make it more concrete. Because talking about multi-stakeholderism and this pluralism of values says little about different institutional forms that would make them better or worse implemented. And I find myself craving some more analysis of different styles of multi-stakeholderism to make some more prescriptive claims of what a better and worse multi-stakeholder design would look like. Because as we move to, with a broad commitment towards multi-stakeholderism in a lot of sectors, we also have the work done by various people who've analyzed that there are many flavors of multi-stakeholderism, and the hardest choice will be choosing among them. And so I find myself wondering if the work you are doing is moving in directions that might shed some analysis, some insight into that.
Thank you. I think we'll take about 2 minutes of each speaker who would like to intervene at this point.
I might say a few words to start out with. Thank you very much for our discussion. Some very nice bringing everything together. And I definitely think that, and thank you for also noticing that we're really trying to be empirical. So we are trying to gather the data. We're trying to map the world as it is, and indeed to gain insights of how we go forward. As I said, we're in the second year of our consortium, and so we're at the data gathering stage of our consortium. And the next part is to do the comparative part that you mentioned. So we have people who are experts on the EU in the consortium, and we have people who are experts on China. And we're using a little bit different empirical methods. So my PhD student, for example, he's coded 900 different documents. He's doing more of a network analysis in China. What are the different groups there in China? What do they believe? What are they going forward? So indeed, the next thing we want to do is then compare these things and see if we can find some pathways, some overlap, things that we can suggest. Because the last part of our consortium, the last stage, the last deliverable that we promised the Commission are recommendations. What do we do in the future? So now you're sort of halfway through, so stay tuned to REMIT. Go to our website. Also on the EU Commission website, there's our deliverables that we have made so far in our journey of in the end finding recommendations, and that's what we hope to do. And we also hope that we could harvest some information from the scenario testing workshops that we've done. So the data that we have, we're putting into these scenarios about what will happen in the future, and then we can gather some harvesting from the players. What recommendations that we can, what have they observed about playing the game that we've created? So stay tuned, I would say, for some more of that. And we are really trying to ground what we want to suggest in the future through some empirics, through the hard data in the various ways that we're going forward. So I'll give it to Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you all for the fantastic comments and also the questions / comments. I think it also ties somewhat in. I think Olga made the point of how digital constitutionalism and these documents feed into the IGF process. And Christopher and Eugen proposed, okay, can we learn something for institutional design from this, right? And these fit well together. We don't. I mean, with this data, I think the values and the rights, the principles that we coded, they're more like outcomes. The question is, what kind of institutions fit these outcomes? How can we achieve them? Some of the codes that we have are actually multi-stakeholderism and transparency. These are kind of different kind, but many of them are substantive in that sense. So they really depend on, would really create outcomes for internet users. So that's, but it's an interesting question. And I think something that we need to, as part of the project, also do. And the other question, I think, the two questions actually, Ignacio Castro. So LLM use, we're now starting a project actually because the database.
Sorry, NLP, not LLM.
Sorry?
NLP, natural language processing, not just large language
NLP
models.
More generally, yes, exactly. So different ways of analyzing this. We do have a few master students actually work on different things with the database, but we're also trying to expand the database. And so this relates maybe also to the second point, trying to be more efficient in the sense of scaling the coding, because it's quite labor intensive. And we're starting a project looking into how we can code current and future documents in more efficient ways as they come out. But it also might then relate to opportunities to actually take different data sources and to play them in and to compare this to, say, WSIS input, GDC input, and these kind of documents, just to see cross-references and see, you said normalization. I mean, in a way, we'll have to see how we do that. That's not so easy. But yeah, in a sense, I think the comparison to other kinds of data would be key. Yeah.
To very quickly comment back on that, we have analyzed the IGF and W3C using computational methods, so we'd be very happy to talk further about this because some of the challenges that you will face are probably quite similar and the volumes of data are probably similar as well.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Thank you.
All right, we have another question. Please go ahead.
Much of the evidence that you're using relates to preferences and positions rather than actions and outcomes. And I'm concerned that at least in some future step of the research, there's a more clear relationship that's established. And I think it's a very serious problem. I remember in the late 1980s, I became very interested in those countries that were beginning to have IT policies built into their serious policy frameworks, and I related that to investment and import rulings and various kinds of things. But it very soon came the case that all countries had IT policies. They very much looked the same. They did change, but they changed together, and they were completely decoupled from the outcomes that I was initially interested in. And I'm concerned that this is a pattern that you may find, first if you take a longer period looking over the formation of these preferences and positions, and do more to relate that to what kind of outcomes we might expect.
I have a question online. Satish, are you able to unmute, or would you like me to read out your question? I will go ahead and read that. Then, thanks for a very engaging session. I'm Satish Babu, board member of .Asia organization and member of ALEC ICANN. I'd like to ask what the learnings from this discussion are for the Global South, if any, going beyond multi-stakeholderism. Thank you in advance. All right, so I'll invite a response from our speakers. First of all, how do we go from policies and principles to practices, or how do we at least capture those practices? And then the online question on the findings for the Global South, if any, going beyond multi-stakeholderism.
Thank you for those questions. Again, we haven't figured it out. I think Jonathan Lee now asked about the move to practice, maybe reform of institutions, and how do we actually keep those principles outlined in these documents, particularly those documents in the data set we have on state parties and international organizations. They do have the power to some extent. I mean, they're always confined in that to realize principles in practice. I think that's something that we're working on, and it would be great to also get your advice and input on the ways we can structure recommendations, and we can also look into tracking actions versus principles. So I mean that's the one thing we can do even before the stage of recommendations, and then we can recommend how to bridge the gap. And we have a quick answer to the question online. Great question indeed. I mean, in the part that we're analyzing, we do see, as I mentioned, we do see this heavily. One of the coalitions heavily dominated by the Global South actors, which are part of that, and that relates to internet access, relates to participation in the global digital sphere, and I think these are the kind of questions or concerns that are very much lacking in some of the frameworks we have, whether it's the digital empire, certainly in digital empires literature, and when focusing only on those great powers. So I think there's something that we as disciplines also should do to turn this around, not just use only when we see it in the data, but really start with a theoretical framework that entails, I think, the Global South as well.
So I also want to comment on this moving from principles to actions, and I believe that's the whole problem about multi-stakeholderism, because you can have the best multi-stakeholder model and then all stakeholders present around the table, but the thing is that this model lacks the enforcement power, and then when it comes to the actual enforcement and implementation, this is very often about government's will to implement what has been discussed, because even around the table the governments can commit to things, but if those principles and ideas and recommendations are not further taken into implementation, then there is not so much value into having all those stakeholders around the table. And I believe we should be really considering, after so many years praising the multi-stakeholder model, that we also should look for the ways how to actually be more convincing towards decision makers who have the power to put those principles into action. And also it's very important to to support the research which has been done by the academics to move it further into action because there is such a huge bulk of research papers and different analysis being produced by academic institutions, by civil society organizations, and so much money invested into that. And you can find almost every single research paper with the list of recommendations concluding. But then again, where are these recommendations ending up if they are not further taken to decision makers, then it's not that much value.
I'm looking around the room. You would like, yes, please go ahead.
So I'd like to jump in on this, that we're not maybe doing enough about linking actions, our ideas, to our positions to actions and outcomes. And if I could bring up my slides again, I would show you that the ACF is trying to also do that. I don't know if you're referring to my paper, but we are definitely trying to say what are the power dynamics between the coalitions, what are the actions that they are taking, whether those meet what they professed their beliefs in the first place or not. So we're really at the moment trying to map reality, not only what they say, but what they do. And then through that, go to the next step and have some recommendations of how to go forward. So we're trying to capture that. Maybe we're not always successful, but definitely we're trying to do that.
All right, with this, I would like to close this session to give everyone 4 minutes to grab a coffee, but I will thank all of our panelists for presenting these various research in progress of the REMIT project. REMIT research you can find remitresearch.eu, and as a reminder, there will be a lightning talk 80 Wednesday at 2 p.m. Discussing more findings and the data set specifically underlying some of these papers. Thank you everyone for joining, both online and here in the room. We will be back at 11:30. Let's give ourselves until 11:32. Then you have a 5-minute break. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to our next session. And this session is the Giganet Frontier papers. And this was an initiative that we've created for this symposium for the edition of 2025. And this was, of course, because our last session was held in December in Saudi. So we didn't have enough time to do a proper paper call and a review process. But instead, we have asked two of our colleagues that have been active in the Giganet community before to give a presentation. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Chelsea Horn for the first presentation of this session.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to Giganet for having me here, and thank you in particular to Sophie and to Jamal. So my presentation, well, first, my name is Chelsea Horn. I am a senior lecturer at American University in Washington, D.C. My presentation is titled Growing Up Governed, Parental Controls, Child Online Safety, and the Politics of Internet Regulation. Now, this project, it ties together three key themes. One is these questions of platform design, which is something that's coming up very often now, especially in policy and regulation concerns. It's tying together concerns about online safety, and in particular that of youth and children. And I hope that this project raises questions, but also opportunities for policy interventions to either think about the ways that we regulate online safety in regards to children in particular, and also what are some of the opportunities to rethink the ways that we regulate design. I see we're one behind on the slides here. Got it. Now, this is part of a larger project where I'm working on a book project on privacy settings. So to set the stage here at large, I want to give some general context. First is that privacy settings, I argue, are a critical space for research, policy, literacy, and enforcement. Some people say that privacy settings are a hollow game or something that doesn't matter. One of my central theses is that they do matter and that is a critical opportunity point. The general conversation right now is that we have this situation that places a lot of burden, and I would say undue burden, on the user. Default choices often neither reflect privacy-friendly practices and not user preferences. There's a lot of research that supports this. Yet our online conversations about privacy are framed as a matter of individual responsibility and privacy literacy. So we have this at odds conversation that we're at right now. So privacy and settings together. So we're looking at the intersection of user, platform, and regulation. We have a lot of research that indicates that users do not change their privacy settings, or if they do, it is only when they are aware of a privacy violation. Platforms, my research shows, they rely a lot on questions of control and choice via their privacy settings. And we also see how regulators, they fine and penalize, and also we look at things like the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, and a lot of other new proposed policies. They're looking at how we can penalize deceptive settings, so also known as dark patterns, which is a new phrase to refer to manipulative and deceptive design practices. Social media platforms, as we know, especially in this context, they are a critical mode of communication. The average user has approximately 8.5 social media accounts, which is very important to think about in the context of my research, because we're not looking at just one platform. There's a disarray of consistency across platforms in terms of privacy settings and default selections. So that raises a lot of concerns about the privacy in concept, in practice. Facebook itself has over 3 billion monthly active users, which is over half of the internet users today. Platforms play a significant role in setting policies on privacy, security, speech, data, and more. Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. I have my slides here. Perfect. Here we go. So parental controls. There are growing concerns about mental health and that of children in particular. So we see this emergent trend of parental controls online. They're a particular type of setting that allows parents to select, mediate, and establish rules for their child's account. Now, this is an issue I'm focusing primarily on the United States, but it is an issue that's being raised at a global scale across the European Union, China, India, Brazil, and the United States. Now, parental controls, they're at this core issue of online safety, digital trust and resilience, responsible innovation, and digital rights, making it a critical issue and concern of the frontier of internet governance today. So in terms of policy, I looked at this in terms of the United States here. There's been a long-standing interest in including guidance on parental controls from the start of the 1997-1996 era, where the United States really started to focus on regulating internet issues. We also have several ongoing lawsuits today that allege faulty design of the online platforms' existing privacy and parental controls, arguing in particular that ineffective or non-existent controls contribute to the online harm of children. So parental controls is one of these key tenets of several of these ongoing lawsuits. Now, what you see here in this chart, there's two main things I want you to get from this. First, what I've done here is looking at U.S. proposed legislation. I tracked the key term of parental controls over time, looking at specifically issues that related to online issues. So like there was one, for example, on parental controls in health concerns, but since it didn't have to do with online, I cleaned it out of the data set. So we see two things here. We see from 2002 to 2008, but in particular from 2006 to 2008, a peak in legislation that addresses parental controls. Now, this is around the same time, as many of you know, that Facebook and similar platforms were taking center stage in social media. So we see a peak in platforms, and we see a peak in legislation that's trying to target parental controls of platforms. And then we see a second rise from 2019 to 2023, so until today, basically, in terms of the data set of what was available. We see another peak. And so post-Cambridge Analytica, post-2018, and a lot of the new legislation, such as the GDPR, being fully enforced, we see another peak of parental controls. So these are tied directly towards inflection points around privacy concerns on social media platforms. We see an increase of parental control bills. So the second point is when we look at what are the key policy areas being addressed. We see that is for science, technology, and communication are the primary ones during the first peak, but during the second peak, the main concern actually is on crime and law enforcement. So we see two different concerns about parental controls. One is online safety in the beginning, the 2006 era, and now the more recent ones, they're more concerned about online safety in regards to crime and law enforcement. Looking at the phrase frequency of the major concerns of each of these bills, the number one phrase, like each bill has like different subject areas that are tied to them. And so the top one was pornography. And this was the number one concern of most of the proposed bills that had to do with parental controls. Then we see other concerns like civil actions, liability, administrative remedies, right to privacy is within the top 5. But then we see all the between the top 10 are crime prevention, crimes against children, criminal investigation, criminal justice information. So there's a very heavy focus on crime and law enforcement in these bills. Now, of the ones within the data set, 3 became actual law. And what I have here is an excerpt in the quoted section of the one from 2002, which refers to parental controls. So, quote, although the computer software and hardware industries and often related industries have developed innovative ways to help parents, to date, such efforts have not provided a national solution to the problem of minors accessing harmful material on the World Wide Web, end quote. So from very early on, there was always a concern of saying that platforms say that their parental controls or their privacy settings are innovative and top of the line, but there are concerns about how effective they actually can be. So moving on into the actual analysis here. When I'm looking at online safety for children, there's 2 key components I noted. One are what are the default selections, because many platforms, they change their default settings for youth, teen, and children's accounts. And the second thing are the actual parental controls themselves. So we see I've separated into 2 different sections here. So what we're looking at in this slide are for several of the top social media platforms, what are some of the concerns that they have switched higher default settings for youth accounts. And they have to do with location, tagging, the account visibility, messaging, and also in terms of content. These are the ones that seem to be most universal across the different platforms. In a full paper, I will expand more on what each of these mean. But what we're seeing here is that there's still a lack of consistency. Some platforms like YouTube are not worrying about these at all. Some of like Facebook, Instagram have some of the highest default settings and are most publicly, have the strongest public rhetoric around this too. In addition to the more standardized ones, the TikTok also had several additional extra defaults that weren't really consistent across other platforms because they had different functionalities. So here, this is just showing that TikTok had the most nuance to their default teen settings. Now, moving on to the parental controls part of it, we see here that Facebook and Instagram also have the highest quantity of privacy settings, parental controls in terms of privacy settings, but also we're looking at what are the themes that are being raised in these actual parental controls. So how much time is being spent? Does it allow parents to set breaks or prompt reminders of saying like, hey, you're on our platform for a long time? Do the settings allow parents to manage the actual friends of their children? Are they able to view or approve the teen settings? Like, do they allow the teens to regulate their own settings, but then a parent still has to go and double check and approve those settings in order for them to be applied? Looking at filter, blocking of content and or of people, messaging, and the actual content of what text can be offered through. In terms of extra parental controls, TikTok, again, because their platform has so many different nuanced components, had the most amount of parental controls in totality. Here we see a typology of privacy settings that I developed a couple of years ago, where I looked at privacy settings in general. There's 7 types to this typology, looking at visibility, discoverability, bounderability, content, account security, data access and portability, as well as data sharing and personalization. So looking at different platforms, we can isolate each privacy setting into one of these categories. Now, looking at it through the lens of parental controls, we see here 2 main points from this. First, that TikTok has the most amount of parental controls, whereas YouTube has the lowest. But we see that questions of bounderability are the most visible across all of these parental controls. So we see that being the primary concern for all platforms is the ability to limit access to teens or children's accounts. And then we see a range otherwise outside of that, so there's a lack of consistency. So in terms of key findings, there's a wide array of the actual quantity of parental controls being allowed, so the nuance of what can and will be enforced by these parental controls. We also see that platforms take on the burden of the visibility part. So how accessible is a teen's account to the general public? So platforms take on the burden of that responsibility, and they don't give that to the parents to control. Whereas when I did the study for this for adults, visibility was the #1 privacy setting typology that's put across. So it's very interesting to see that what's concerned for adults, the platforms take on that responsibility themselves. There's a unified focus towards setting limits of the children's accounts in terms of bounderability. Only Discord and TikTok have content concerns. And I've actually added a new addition to my typology, which is the question of transparency. So these are parental control settings that allow parents to see a child's settings as opposed to actually having control over them. So to wrap up here in terms of what are some of the discussion points that are raised by this type of analysis, we see that parental controls, like privacy, are a concept in disarray. We see that the parental controls also shift the burden, or one could argue the opportunity of responsibility to parents. And we also have questions of what types and amount of control parents should have, which that is something that from a global perspective will be very interesting to pursue in terms of research. And then the final 2 questions are, how will parental controls shape how we choose platforms? So say something like TikTok, which has very comparatively strict parental control options and the most wide range, versus something like YouTube, which has very few parental control options. So how does that shape how parents choose their platforms for their children? It also raises a larger question of what is the role of parental controls. So one cynic view is to say that it's a form of posturing by the platforms to say we are offering choice and control to parents, and it's a pushing off of the burden and responsibility of online safety for children. But also we could say that parental controls are perhaps a solution, which is another perspective on it. So it raises this question of what is the role of parental controls. So I will finish up there. So thank you very much. The QR code is to my LinkedIn. So if you're interested in this topic, I would love to continue the conversation and go from there. So I'll pass it back to Sophie. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Chelsea. I think you presented a very interesting insight. I would like to go to the second presentations of this panel. This presentation is from Fagisha Srivastafa. I'm so sorry. Please repeat it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Sophie, for the opportunity. You're right. It's Vagisha Shrivastava. Very on point. So I will be talking about a specific case of CBDC innovation, and I'm looking at India in particular. I'm talking about the paradoxes that have come up around inclusion, around surveillance, and competition in the digital payment landscape in general. Okay. But before I begin with anything, let me just ask you all, with a show of hand, how many of you have heard about a CBDC before? Okay, 1, 2. Okay, great. So for everybody else, you have something new to learn. The ABCs of CBDC. CBDCs are essentially a central bank digital currency, which is a digital legal tender issued by the central bank of a specific country. And in most cases that we have seen, they have a direct sovereign liability. We are seeing it being developed in 2 flavors, which is a retail flavor, which is for domestic payments, and at a wholesale flavor, which is for bank-to-banks or cross-border transactions. It's often said that it has a cash-like finality, but it depends on the design of the CBDCs that the central banks choose, whether it's programmable or it's offline or it's instant. All of those choices depend on the design. Now, so far as we talk, according to the Atlantic Council's database, 130 countries are exploring in the pilot stage, have launched it, or are researching on a CBDC development. The green ones that you see on screen are the ones that have already started a pilot. The motivations are multifactored. Some say it's for financial inclusion. There's a strict idea that we want to build resilience against failing infrastructures domestically in terms of digital payments, but also globally with financial infrastructures being controlled by major dominant countries like US. So any sanctions of SWIFT, etc., is what has become a key cursor or a motivation point for countries to explore. There's also the idea of a fight against crypto, saying that a central bank digital alternative can always compete with a cryptocurrency. But I can see on a lot of faces, you're wondering, why am I talking about this here? So I have an answer for you. So why am I talking about payments at Giganet? Now, the three key understandings for me is that digitalization of money or digitizing money replicates a lot of digital governance dilemmas and challenges that we have seen in the internet governance space before. So there are questions around access gaps, inclusion problems. There are questions around platform powers. There's surveillance risk that comes from a central bank issuing a digital lending alternative. There's also, aspects of sovereignty, and I have classified that into two. So there's a monetary sovereignty aspect, which is competing directly with crypto. States want more control over the issuance and the finality of transactions. And there's also a digital sovereignty angle, which is states do want to have some control over the compute and the infrastructure through which money moves on the internet. There's also an angle of weaponized interdependence. This is a developing theory by Farrell and Newman, which I've tried to pick up here, which is countries don't want to rely on global financial networks such as SWIFT, because we've seen that they are prone to some sort of coercion in some cases. So if you look at the alternatives that are being discussed at the G20, at BRICS, which are trying to, de-align themselves from the US financial network, we see CBDCs coming up as an alternative. So it kind of fits into a lot of narratives that we have heard being talked about in the internet governance space, but it just translates onto money. So digital money, as I see it, is information which has some sort of economic value embedded to it, and has a trust associated with it, which is moving across the internet-linked infrastructure. So that is kind of why I started looking at the digital currencies, and that's why I got the opportunity to speak here about this. Now, this is kind of the broader picture. I would now like to zoom in on one specific case study, which is India, and there are two key reasons why I chose India as a case study. One, because it's in a late pilot stage of development. And two, it's I'm a little bit more aware of the context because I'm from there. And we are seeing a lot of puzzling things coming up in the digital payment infrastructures that I thought, deemed an exploration. So I will now present a timeline of the digital payment milestone in India. This is linked to CBDCs, but it's like the whole development landscape of what has happened in the past few years, in the digital payment space. So we began with, Aadhaar infrastructure, which is a digital ID project that India started. It's also highly linked to the whole DPI dialogue that's been happening in the space for a long time now. ID was necessary because when you link it with payment, you have all the options of KYCs and AMLs and whatnot. So we started with, the Aadhaar infrastructure development, which then developed into an ID-linked payment system, which is your Aadhaar-enabled payment system. In 2016, there was a UPI launched, which is a unified payment interface that the government, the central bank and the government launched to sort of provide for a digital payment alternative that wasn't existent in India. It's quite a sophisticated technology. It has its flaws and it has its shortfalls, but in terms of the infrastructure itself, it's really sophisticated. This was further sort of linked to a demonetization attempt, which was the government's attempt to sort of enable more cashless economy to flourish in the country. That's at least the conjecture that's normally drawn in the country. Finally, if you go to 2020, which was when the COVID struck, we saw sort of digital payments getting accelerated because people did not prefer using cash. And that is what the RBI, or the Reserve Bank of India, which is the central bank authority, banked on to start thinking about a CBDC, which was globally a dialogue that was being conducted. So in 2022, we saw, from 2020 to 2022, there was some, internal talks happening. In 2022, we saw the development or a pilot launch of a CBDC. Today, as we speak, there's one pilot of offline DBT, which is direct benefit transfer, that CBDC has been used for, but the tool or the innovation is still struggling for viable use cases. So the government is still struggling to figure out a use case. So with that, broad timeline context in mind, I can now begin talking about the research question, right? There were a lot of puzzles initially, because why would a government start competing with its own, resources that it has, developed with previously? So, like I said, a unified payment interface was working quite well. It's a digital payment alternative. People were using it, in place of cash. So why launch a CBDC? What's the motivation behind it? Why are you competing with, a product that you yourself have launched? So that's the puzzle that I started with, and this led me into questioning to what extent is India's CBDC initiative a strategic response to infrastructural, monetary, and geopolitical risks, rather than a tool for a financial inclusion. Now, I must point out that in the concept note that the central bank issued before, they mentioned 3 key areas that they were wanting to target. One was that they want to promote a cashless economy and they want more people to not use cash and shift to digital payment rails. The second one was that they want to have financial inclusion in the country. And the third one was that CBDC will act as a barrier to crypto usage in the country. So those were the 3 key sort of objectives that they had listed, and inclusion, of course, became like a big deal, the most used terms in a lot of reports that you'd see. The way I'm using inclusion here is slightly different in the sense that, of course, I'm talking about bringing the marginalized population on board, but I'm also including the population that has, on their own chosen to exclude themselves from a digital payment alternative. So it's a conversation around inclusion, but it's also a conversation around people who chose to get offline and not use the digital payment alternative. So, and of course, the central bank and the government would want to bring both of them on board if they want to promote a cashless economy. The way I'm defining strategic utility over here is the value attributed to the digital rupee in 3 main domains, which is safeguarding monetary sovereignty, which is people using domestic payment alternatives rather than the foreign alternatives. And this is highly reliant on the adoption itself. The second one is enhancing geoeconomic resilience and efficiency. And the third one is providing a backup rail for domestic retail payments, read UPI, should the existing system falter. In terms of the analytical framework, I focused on 4 key domains, which is the pre-existing digital infrastructure, the institutional readiness, which is the other policies that the central bank has proposed in terms of taxation, in terms of inclusion, in terms of banking. The innovation attempts by public sector and private sector banks, the tech capacity of the country in general, I'm also seeing external regulatory and geopolitical pressure, so a lot of dialogues that are at G20s, as WIS, at BRICS, and the sanction risk that I have already mentioned. There's also the idea of design architecture, which is how is the central bank thinking about the innovation at the core of the technological architecture itself. So it could be a centralized core, it's, are they offering an offline functionality, or is it programmable at any level? The cross-cutting assumption is that the strategic and sovereignty logic is ultimately sort of outweighing inclusion expectations in this framework. So I chose a qualitative study for this because the pilot is still in development. There's not a lot that has happened, but we are still seeing works in terms of adoption. So I managed to conduct 8 interviews across domains and stakeholders. I spoke to policy people, I spoke to fintechs, I spoke to banks, also some consultants who were closely linked with the central bank in the development of the project. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to speak to any of the central bank folks, but I'm always trying. I looked at the official documents. I also gathered some contextual data from the pilot dashboard and also the trade statistics that might strengthen the wholesale adoption. So I'm being shown a timer. I'll quickly move on. Okay. So the key points here that I want to emphasize on is that, and also key findings were that the retail side of CBDC in India, the adoption stays marginal and it will remain very low if UPI remains the dominant and a subsidized method of payment. The government is already supporting it to the core, so this alternative to UPI is not going to work if that technology remains dominant. This was supported during the interviews, and it's also supported by the data that I collected. The strategic priority for CBDC arises from international engagement and geopolitical shocks. In 2022, there was a G20 Marrakesh meeting that happened, and several interviewees suggested that the uptake of the pilot really began after that. So a lot, so in the bunch of countries that are exploring CBDCs, almost all of the G20 countries have a pilot, and it was discussed during that meeting. So it appears to be a tick box attempt, at least at the retail level, where the central banks have launched a pilot and now they're just trying to figure out what the use cases are of that. There's the inclusion outcome, which is, which is linked to the institutional design and the institutional readiness. We are also seeing through the internal policies that the government is really making it complicated for the merchants to stay on board with complicated tax laws, etc. So it's obviously the design does not offer an offline feature, which keeps a lot of marginalized population excluded from this, but they're also launching new, or they're also suggesting new policies that are keeping people who are already on cashless economy to go outside of that. And then there's the sovereignty and the strategic angle to it. I'll skip all of that. Probably it will be raised in Q&A. But one important point that I would like to focus on is the privacy, the cybersecurity, and the surveillance angle, which is, as of now, the way the pilot is working out, there's a huge risk of centralization, not just in India, but this can be extrapolated to a lot of other countries as well. There's a single sovereign ledger, which is not on a decentralized basis. It's controlled. It has a single point of control. We have a risk of, we have security risk, we have privacy risk, and we have already seen all of these appear in previous cases with identity and the existing digital payment rate. So that's where I'll stop with just a quick point that this is still a work in progress, so I would greatly appreciate suggestions and feedbacks and, of course, questions. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Then I would like to spend the last 7 minutes to ask the floor if there's any questions. I don't see any questions in the chat currently, but if there are, please raise your hand. Are there any questions here in the hall? Two?
Shall I
Jamal
go
first?
first?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? I can't hear myself any. Oh, that's funny. I can't hear myself. Anyway, thank you very much to both of you. Despite the different topics, I think I have questions for both of you, and I'll try and make them very to the point. Chelsea, really interesting to see this shift towards a more securitization approach after Cambridge Analytica, I think, in the proposals that came out of the law. I was actually interested, so in thinking about that securitization angle, whether that fits into your research kind of take, kind of thinking about, theories of securitization and so on. But I was also wanting to ask two very specific questions, and they come from an academic side, but also being a parent of a child who's having to deal with this. So I don't know how much of this is emotion and analysis, but I've been very curious to see how in the European Union context, at least right now, you can't avoid walking around Brussels without seeing posters that are sponsored by Meta, which are saying, we are begging the European Union to impose parental controls on our platforms. I find this really interesting, that it's really Instagram, it's Meta that's saying, can you please give us the obligation to do parental controls, as if they couldn't do it themselves. And why is there this relationship between the company, the private sector and the public sector in that way? And then there was one thing you said specifically in one of your points. You talked about parents' choice of platforms. I find this interesting because having a 16-year-old who decides what platforms he uses and not me, I was also wondering how does that fit in? The platforms actually make themselves more attractive to different age groups at different moments. I was wondering, what role do I have in choosing that? And that fits into a narrative that I've seen across the central and centre-right political parties in the European Parliament that are actually trying to push the responsibility away from government and more to parents. And I find that a bit worrying, that then we're told you're responsible for choosing the platforms that your children are on. That was the first question, which was long. Sorry, Sophie. Second question, Vagisha, is much quicker. I was really interested in the map to see that the United States is not grey, not blue, not green, not yellow, it's white, right? So nothing's happening there, and I think that's explainable, easily explainable because of the private sector involvement, but does that actually help your storyline, in fact, from the beginning? And then another thing that I wanted to ask was, we've been hearing a lot in the European Union about European solutions to certain core infrastructure issues, such as payments, right? This CBDC, the acronym, and all of the stuff that goes around that, to me seems to be part of the India stack, which are put against the Euro stack, and I'm wondering how that fits into that whole narrative about the India stack, in fact. Thank you. Sorry. Bye.
All right, thank you very much for your question. I think I would like to go to Trisha, and then we round it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Trisha Meyer, Vrije Universiteit Brussel. Chelsea, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I was wondering if you could comment to the fact that in your data set, I think you had about 30 bills of which proposed, of which only 3 were adopted. I think this is fairly common for the US context, but if there's anything to be said there of why there's so few and so long ago, actually, almost 15 years ago. And the second, whether you'd considered looking at Snapchat as well, just considering where kids are currently. Thanks.
I'll take those ones because they're more recent. So yes, it does track with a lot of different bills, is that we propose a lot of legislation and very few actually makes it into law. So that is pretty similar. there's a few bills that are getting more attention, such as COSA, the Kids Online Safety Act in the United States, which has been proposed a few times at this point, and it's getting increasing bipartisan support. There's a lot of conversation around it, and lots of concern, so that's a whole issue in itself. So, so there's been a lot of attention to it recently, let's say, but not necessarily any action taken in terms of law becoming law, or proposed bill becoming law. And then, yes, and so I'm planning on extending the study, so Snapshot is the number one next thing on the list. And then over to your questions, I'll be very brief. Security is interesting because it's often pitted as being oppositional to privacy. Part of my previous part of the study was showing actually that we see privacy and security being used almost synonymously, which can lead to confusions about what is actually privacy. So that conflation of the two terms and them being oppositional, that's a really, really fascinating and important part of this. So 100% agree. Meta asking to be regulated, in particular, there's I think 2018 and 2019, a very famous Washington Post article where Mark Zuckerberg is also making the plea like, hey, please regulate us. But why don't they do it themselves? I think is a question. I think we have some of the employees who work here, so let's ask them together. And then parental choices. A couple of the platforms here studied in order for the child to have the account, the parent must approve the account. So that's what I mean also by choices, is that the kid couldn't have the account unless the parent said, yes, I approve. So that leads to part of the choices. And there's different ways. Some of it is a parent has an account and then it links to the child's account. Some of it is all done through the parent's account. And one is the child's account, but yet the parent must be able to view things. So also the way the parental controls are applied, that's very disparate as well. Let's try to be very succinct.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So I'll stick to 2 minutes. Thank you for your question. I'm very glad to receive one. So you're right that United States is almost absent in the CBDC development stage, and that's primarily because, of course, there's lobbying by the private banks that they don't want an alternative to come from the government, but also in the recent executive order that was launched like this year, January 2025, clearly stated that the US is now going to innovate with stable coins and other alternatives and try to integrate it with the dollar rather than focusing on a centrally specialized digital currency. In terms of EU dialogue, you're correct. This is kind of an attempt to build like a core infrastructure for the country in India as well. But one thing that's surprising is that in none of the policy notes or annual reports or speeches by the central bank do they mention sovereignty as a core cause for them to develop it. So the narrative is linked to inclusion and not sovereignty. But I think it would be strategically much better if they started using that as an approach, especially in terms of the involvement that India has in the BRICS dialogues and in the G20 discussions and within the BIS as well with respect to CBDC development. It's not a part of India stack just yet. They haven't labeled it under that. I feel that even the central bank knows at the moment that at least within the retail sector domestically, this is an innovation in search of a problem. They don't have a clear use case yet. So they're still figuring that out. I feel like once that pipeline is figured out, they might declare it as a part of India stack, but so far that dialogue does not exist. I do think, however, that this will become part of the critical infrastructure in India if this develops to a point where the government feels that it's important to do that, which is a welcome step. But yeah, those dialogues are non-existent at this point. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for our panelists for these excellent presentations, and thank you for everyone who participated in the morning section of this program. We will now go and have lunch, and we will convene at 1:30 with our panel discussion with the provocative title, Should Wishes End? So I'm looking forward to seeing all of you back into this workshop room 6 at 1:30. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe to be safe, just say it anyway. There's no harm.
Here you go. Are you asking for
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Giganet panel on should versus end. Before we begin, I would just urge people sitting in the audience to please move up and join us on the dais. This is an open forum for discussion. And so if you're ready to begin?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this critical discussion on the future of the World Summit on the Information Society. For over 2 decades, WSIS has been a cornerstone of global digital governance, a space where governments, the private sector, technical communities, and civil society negotiated the Internet's evolution. But as we approach a potential inflection point, we must ask, should WSIS continue, reform, or end? Born in the early 2000s, WSIS emerged amid debates over ICANN's governance, the digital divide, and the clash between state sovereignty and multi-stakeholder models. Its outcomes, like the Geneva Declaration and Tunis Agenda, shaped early Internet governance, yet today's challenges, AI, data fragmentation, and geopolitical tensions over tech sovereignty, look nothing like those of 2005. Meanwhile, newer initiatives like the UN's Global Digital Compact raise questions about WSIS' relevance. This panel will explore whether WSIS still serves a purpose or if its legacy is now more symbolic than substantive. We'll begin with opening statements where our panelists will answer the key core question, should WSIS end? This will be followed by a moderated debate on key tensions from geopolitical divides to multi-stakeholder legitimacy, and conclude with audience questions and answers and closing takeaways. To guide us through this debate, we are privileged to have 5 leading voices. On my left, we have Alexander Klimberg from the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. Next to him is Pari Esfandiari from the Global Technopolitics Forum. Next to her is William Drake from Columbia University. And on our extreme left there is Avri Doria, IETF and former Nikon board member. And to my right is Professor Milton Mueller, who's from the Georgia Institute of Technology. Without further ado, let's begin with our opening statements. Alexander, over to you. And the question to all the panelists is, should WSIS end or continue?
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. So following the ITU Wicked conference in 2013, I wrote that we had experienced an Internet Yalta, where the ideological battle lines between the two camps, the free Internet and the cyber sovereignty countries, were now kind of obvious to all, as was the single-minded wish of ITU under Hamadoun Touré to play a key role here. One commentator on my piece said he had a visceral reaction to my invoking of a Cold War imagery, implying that this kind of language could have inadvertent consequences. However, he came to the conclusion that, sadly, this was probably correct and that he had a change of heart. But that commentator also was right about one thing. We need to be careful with our language and be aware of the threat of inadvertent consequences, especially if creating that which we hope to avoid. That commentator, by the way, was Milton Mueller. So it is a lesson that I think Milton may have forgotten with his own recent white paper on the end of WSIS, which I think not only has some errors or omissions included in it, but also forgets the importance of the danger of inadvertent consequence. And I think that suggesting that we abandon WSIS and simply recreate something else, we might be opening a Pandora's box that we have no wish to do. I somehow have a hard time thinking that negotiations today would be easier than in 2003 to 2005. I don't know if anyone thinks it would be easier. So back to reality. After the unsettling scene at the UN CSTD meeting just a couple of weeks ago, where the US basically blocked the WSIS resolution over SDGs and the word diversity, there is real concern that the whole WSIS process could unravel. I am worried too, but I think in the end we're likely to get a compromise if we have to, because the consequences are pretty serious. To be clear, the continuation of the IGF or even the WSIS action lines are not the most important contribution of this process, in my opinion. Rather, is the legitimacy that it imparts to the Internet community and to the multi-stakeholder model overall. It also plays an indirect role in legitimizing ICANN management of the Internet namespace as well as IANA writ large. I like to quote a former GAC chair here. Most European governments are probably breaking their own national laws and allowing a non-European nonprofit to basically decide over key parts of their critical infrastructure. Now, this person may have been referring to the Who Is debate, which has been largely resolved, but we still have the sticky issues of the national internet segments and similar factors to consider. So I still think the problem is still here, and I think WSIS also helps explain how national sovereignty has actually changed for all of us in the internet age. WSIS cannot really expire, but it would have to be actively killed off if somebody really wished to do that. Without a cast iron successor, I think it would not be too long before a couple of things would happen. And this is what they are in no particular order. Firstly, many governments may conclude that there is now little legal basis for allowing ICANN to continue managing chunks of what they consider their national internet segments, which does not only include their own TTLD domain space, but also other aspects. Secondly, the US government might try to resume control of Viana, or at least the root zone key signing key rollover process. And this might also trigger a crisis within the DNSSEC chain of trust and the root zone operators overall. Thirdly, with a fragmentation of the root imminent, governments might be forced to consider a new treaty to manage the internet along the lines of what the Russian CIS Communications Agency suggested some months ago, and which a solid block of BRICS states has been arguing ever since the Code of Conduct was published, or even since 1999 with the first UN resolution on the topic. And if it all really goes that far, who's to think that the Europeans will be happy to still back the US side on this argument? And also, if it really goes that far, or if it doesn't go that far, and if we only have to worry about the old argument of effectively the Western free internet society versus the rest, which is already bad enough, the pressure on Europe as it is right now might become too strong to effectively consider a different model to what they might consider a suddenly hostile American tech landscape. And the only way that could effectively placate European concerns in this regard, say a new or dual incorporation of ICANN, is probably unthinkable for the Trump administration as well. So we would have a complete fragmentation of basically this Western position. All this is extremely doom and gloom, and I think is unlikely to happen. And I think the overall compromise in the current WSIS is much more likely than some kind of failure, even if that might come down to looking at the link between WSIS and SDGs. One option is not to simply renounce the SDGs, but to commit to what Wolfgang Kleinvector called the digital development goals as an additional thing to consider. This might be a small price to pay for keeping the WSIS consensus alive, but it might take probably until WSIS plus 22 to accomplish. So thank you.
Thanks, Alexander. Barry?
Thank you very much, Jyoti and Alexandra. So I want to step back and look at it from the distance. And I think the question of visas end is timely, but perhaps not the right one. A better question is how can visas be reimagined to meet today's realities? I don't think visas should end, but I also don't think it can continue unchanged. We shouldn't keep it out of habit or nostalgia, nor should we abandon it just because the original context has shifted. Like technologies, institution must adapt, and visas in terms of its broad ecosystemic, not just its historical documentation, is more relevant than ever if we are willing to reimagine it. So Antonio Gramsci famously said, the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. That captures our moment. The optimism of early 2000 has faded. Digital governance is in flux. We are seeing power concentrated in dominant platforms, behind closed systems, and in states motivated by authoritarian thinking, a desire for control, national security, and privacy concerns, and growing push for digital sovereignty. Legacy frameworks like visas are under pressure from AI, platform dominance, fragmented infrastructure, and geopolitical pressure. But visas remains the key intergovernmental process with formal multi-stakeholder inclusion that gives it legitimacy and flexibility, qualities we lose if we dismantle without a strong alternative. But renewal must be forward-looking. To remain relevant and effective, visas should strengthen accountability mechanisms to build trust and legitimacy, enhance alignment between global and regional governance frameworks, proactively integrate emerging issues like AI and planetary computing, and modernize participation models to ensure broader and more inclusive engagement. For many, especially in underrepresented regions, visas still enables formal inclusion. Ending it wouldn't solve multilateralism problems, it would deepen exclusion. The Global Digital Compact shows the risk, a state-led process with limited stakeholder input. Visas is not a relic. Its mechanism still supports cooperation on rights, inclusion, and cybersecurity. It must evolve, perhaps by giving IGF more freedom, while visas becomes a coordinating, value-based connective tissue in a fragmented landscape. We should avoid false choices, visas or nothing, UN or private sector. I believe that governance today needs hybrid, overlapping models. Ending visas would erase one of the few intergovernmental spaces where multi-stakeholderism is still recognized. That's not progress. It's a clear case of institutional memory failure. A renewed visas can foster policy coherence, anchor debate in internet core values, support inclusive collaboration. So to conclude, no, visas shouldn't end, but it must evolve and we should help shape that future. Thank you.
Thanks, Pari. Bill, now over to you.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. So when we were having a conversation on the Giganet list that led to this panel being created, and Milton suggested that we had to have it about should WSIS end, I was very confused because there's absolutely no possibility that WSIS is going to end. There's nobody on earth who wants it to end other than Donald Trump. And there's been no proposal to that seriously, that's it. And there's no possibility that that's going to happen. So I was, why are we having this conversation? Then I got Milton's paper that he did with his colleagues at IGP, and I understood, okay, at least here's the agenda that's going on here. So the paper says WSIS became a significant 20-year process for one reason only, internet governance. The political controversies that made WSIS the central arena for IG came down to two things, both about ICANN, governance by non-state actors and U.S. control of the domain system. If your vision of WSIS is entirely ICANN-centric, then you may well think that there's no point in having WSIS processes going on anymore because the IANA transition has happened and the ITU is not going to take over ICANN. And so therefore, since ICANN is sort of safe from the multilateral world, we don't need to have anything else going on. The problem with that is that it's a pretty much of a serious misconstruction of the entire history of WSIS. The WSIS started as the UN General Assembly initiative. It was about the global digital divide and the global digital society. It was about the transition from the information economy to a globally digitized, transformed environment and what that means for development. So there's two parts to the WSIS agenda, digital transformation and development. That's what most governments cared about going into WSIS, and that's what many of the stakeholders who have been involved in the WSIS process have been involved in ever since. Yes, internet governance was a huge political issue. If we hadn't solved it, it probably would have killed the whole WSIS process. I can't imagine the Tunis agenda having worked out if we hadn't reached an agreement on internet governance. And yes, I'm an internet governance guy, and it was the most important thing to me, for sure. But I'm not the world. The world is big. The world has 193 countries. And the UN General Assembly mandated WSIS, and mandates matter in the UN, to do a set of things. There are 11 action lines that are all involving 39 different UN entities and processes, each of which has a vast constellation of expert communities and NGOs and other actors that it works with on a variety of issues. If you only care about ICANN, then maybe you don't care that the Food and Agricultural Organization is working on digitized agriculture in collaboration with lots of other different parties, but the parties that are involved in that do care. Maybe you don't care that UNESCO is involved in open science and working with people on that, but there's a whole process there. So there's a lot of people in the world who are involved in a lot of things other than ICANN. And there's a mandate for them to continue to work on those things, and that's not going to stop because we in Giganet have a panel and say it should stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for those statements. Avery?
Thank you. I find myself in a curious situation of I can't think of a single word Bill said that I would disagree with. But no, it was actually a pleasure. But I want to go further because what we were asked, other than in some sense a silly question, was also a normative question. Should it end? Now, I personally think that WSIS has nothing to do with ICANN. They're sort of coincidental along the same path. They marched along the same path for a while, and then they diverged. As Bill said, it has lots of other uses. Now, I am not sure that all those purposes are actually being met. I am not sure that all those programs are as effective as they should be, are working in the right direction, that their development goals are appropriate for today and not for yesterday. So for me to say that all those programs should continue unabated would be, you know, as wrong as asking should WSIS end. And what I really think is required is very much a reimagining, a reshaping, as was said, was let's go through WSIS, let's go through the action lines, let's go through the programs, find out which are effective, find out which aren't, continue those that are effective, fix those or replace those that aren't. Some of them may no longer be necessary. I certainly have not done that. So that is, you know, perhaps there is a positive answer to should it end. If you do that analysis and you find out nothing is achieving its purposes, nothing is getting done other than employing a bunch of bureaucrats, then sure, maybe the answer will come down to end, yes, at the very end of the discussion. But if you find that it is still of value in developing economies, it is still of value in terms of the action lines and getting them working, then the answer would be no, because you would immediately have to replace it with something new. So in my view, it's a analyze, fix, repair, get rid of what's not worth keeping, and improve what is worth keeping. I guess that's where I'll stop.
Thank you, Avery. Milton?
All right. So thank you all for participating in this discussion. I think this is exactly what Giganet can bring to the IGF is informed scholars, and we certainly have to respect the fact, particularly with the case of Bill and Avery, that they were on the working group of Internet governance that was charged with defining it. I have to say, I disagree with Bill that WSIS is a lot more than ICANN. The United Nations has come up with various kinds of initiatives on various kinds of technological things over the last 30 or 40 years, and none of them really amount to much because multilateral institutions simply are not what develops the digital economy anymore, if they ever did. So fundamentally, the reason we all converged around WSIS was precisely because of Internet governance, because the problem was new and because we wanted to establish new forms of governance around the Internet. Now, I really have to sharply disagree with, that's for Avi, right? So I get her extra time. Sharply disagree with Alex that the consequences of ending WSIS would be serious. he says, for example, without WSIS, there would be no legal basis for ICANN. I'm sorry, but WSIS is a political document. It is not a legal document. There's no legal basis for ICANN or anything else in WSIS. There's nothing in WSIS that legitimizes ICANN and IANA. That is, in fact, the whole point of the first 10 years of WSIS was to delegitimize ICANN and to see whether it could be incorporated into the intergovernmental system. And the reason most of us entered into this process at that time was precisely to defend the model of governance by non-state actors. So I don't think that that's a good reason not to end WSIS, that it has anything to do. I think ICANN and IANA have survived this process. They have established themselves as a legitimate form of governance, and that what we need to be doing really is extending and developing that. ICANN has a lot of problems that we are kind of ignoring, and they are allowed to sort of wave the flag of UN takeover or multilateral threats to avoid dealing with their own problems. I think in our paper, we outline different ways forward. And the thing I'd like to emphasize the most is the significance of global trade relationships for the future of internet governance as well as digital governance generally. I think you'd have to take the TikTok controversy, or perhaps even before that, the Huawei controversy, as a paradigm of where internet governance has gone starting around 2017, 2018. Essentially, we have the two largest digital ecosystems on the planet, the Chinese and the American, fragmenting and deliberately decoupling from each other and erecting barriers to each other, all on the basis of national security. And I don't think the WSIS framework addresses that. I don't think it provides any basis for addressing that. WSIS is all about development, the Sustainable Development Goals, those kinds of things. But fundamentally, what's driving development or non-development or undevelopment this day is, in fact, this clash over geopolitics and this assertion of digital sovereignty, which is really a reversion, a reaction against the internet. So when the Europeans talk about digital sovereignty, they're saying, we don't really want to have a global internet community and a global internet technology. We want to have our own. And of course, the Chinese are saying that, and the Americans are starting to say that. This is the fundamental problem of digital governments that we need to start dealing with. And I just view the World Summit as a distraction, as a diversion of all of the energy that we should be devoting to developing new forms of governance that deal with that fundamental problem into channels which are, very comfortable, but really not affecting anything, not really doing anything. So I'll leave it at that, and may the debate begin.
Thank you, everyone, for your very objective and smart takes on this very important question. Bill, you talked about WSIS not being about ICANN, but more about digital transformation and development. And Alexander, you also talked about how the overall compromise of WSIS evolving could look for connections with the broader development agenda as captured through the SDG process. But can the WSIS process, the way it is functioning today, survive the potential crisis in Western democracies and the lack of consensus on multi-stakeholder mechanism? We see US kind of receding from these multilateral institutions, etc. How is WSIS supposed to take up this challenge, and what forms do you think it should, evolve into? The questions are open to anyone. Pari.
Yes, I think it could, but only if it evolves beyond the West-centric architecture that initially supported it. The geopolitical consensus that once underpinned multi-stakeholderism is under strain. We know from national agendas, techno-authoritarian, declining institutional trust. But WIS's legitimacy doesn't rest solely on the global north. It rests on the ability to convene diverse actors and institutional pluralism. So its survival depends on its renewal. That means decentralizing leadership, deepening regional engagement, and ensuring that governance is grounded in shared, not imposed values.
Thank you, Pari.
Thank you.
Alexander?
I'm just going to quickly also just comment on what Milton said before, because I actually didn't say that WSIS, and that's why I wrote the note down, that actually the WSIS somehow created ICANN or legitimized the model. It says it, but it has, I literally said, it also plays an indirect role in legitimizing ICANN management of the internet domain space, namespace, as well as IANA writ large. And the reason why I say that, because it says clearly in Article 55 and also 62, it makes mentions to the day-to-day management. And the day-to-day management was shorthand for ICANN at that time. And that was part of the whole idea of Tunis was, and this is where we all agree, is to protect it. And therefore, in my opinion, if you remove that protection, although again, I agree with everyone else here, that would require an act of brute force, then the question is what happens next? So that I want to make that clear on the record. Thanks.
Avery?
Thanks. I guess there was a couple things I wanted to look at, and I wanted to sort of build on what Pari said. I actually believe that whatever there are of multi-stakeholder models is what can actually keep WSIS running. Because not only is democracy still a baby that's under attack, you know, the multi-stakeholder model as a form of democracy is even newer and is still forming itself. And of course it's under attack, and it's always going to be under attack. But it probably can patiently persevere. And it's that kind of motion. It's the people in the various countries that say, no, I need what the WSIS programs, the SDGs bring us. We have to keep working on that. That is actually the force that, so as opposed to it being, there is no multi-stakeholder, the multi-stakeholder will disappear. You know, people keep going back to ICANN. I think that's kind of like an old chestnut. ICANN has its problems. ICANN has a really clever model for combining top-down business and bottom-up multi-stakeholder policy. One model that we actually haven't dove deep enough yet to understand. But it's irrelevant to the notion of SDGs. It's irrelevant to the notion of the needs that need to be met, that can only be met, not, I think, as some say, by industry, not by, you know, a unilateral or multilateral forces, but by a very extensive multi-stakeholder push to sort of get things done in the ways they can be done in the places where it works. And it takes a variety of models and ways to do it. So I believe I think the only way to kill WSIS is to leave it as it is and ignore it. But if you really want to kill it, you know, you can't do anything. What you got to do is preserve it, because we really do need, countries do need that incentive, that ability to find their path to the development goals. Thanks.
Thank you for that very poignant statement that the only way to kill WSIS is to ignore and not help it evolve. Bill, do you want to come in quickly?
Do I have to do it quickly?
Yeah. Preferably, but we have time. We're good on time.
Can I have as long as everybody else?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks. So if the question is, can it survive the collapse of Western democracy and so on, what's the relationship? The United Nations General Assembly is going to adopt a statement saying, okay, the WSIS process, we've reviewed it 20 years, and now it goes on to the next stages. These things could go on fumes. I mean, the process can evolve regardless of what happens in the United States with Trump or other kinds of things. Doesn't mean that they'll be effective necessarily. If the Trump administration decides to cut all the budget for the 22% of the UN budget that it pays down to nothing and enfeebles a lot of UN processes, obviously that affects everything, not just WSIS. That affects the FAO, that affects, every organization, every set of processes. So WSIS is not in a uniquely endangered position because of what's going on in the West. But more generally, I just want to come back to Milton's kind of point that all the stuff that's going on in the digital world that's important is not being decided through these UN processes. That may well be true. We're not solving the conflict between the United States and China in the United Nations. That doesn't mean that what the United Nations is doing doesn't matter to anybody. It's still involved in a lot of stuff, issues that maybe you don't follow or care about. But global digital divide issues are huge for developing countries. They spend an enormous amount of time and energy in the ITU, in UNESCO, and all these other bodies working on all these kinds of questions. There's big ongoing work programs around them. And these are important things that, they might be not be top of our personal agendas. But there's a bigger world out there. And the same is true with all these other aspects. So I just think we have to recognize, let's beware of false binaries. Either important stuff is going on or, the UN is irrelevant. Those are not the only choices.
Yeah, I'm really, again, going to perhaps make everybody mad at me by challenging this notion that the United Nations multilateral processes have anything serious to do about economic development in the digital economy. Let's wake up, folks. We in our paper, we described the fate of the Digital Solidarity Fund, right? That was the other big part of WSIS. And what was that? Well, it was a tenuous, corrupt bureaucracy that raised $6 million, which is about 1/100% of the amount of capital you need to actually start building networks in the developing world. And in fact, in the interim, between the time of the so-called Digital Solidarity Fund and today, there has been enormous economic development in the developing world. And where has it come from? It's come from fundamentally from liberalizing capital flows and investment and the telecommunications industry. And that is how continents, have gone from, 1% penetration of their infrastructure to 50, 60, 70, sometimes 80%. And I think the same is true about the application layer, about software and those generative models. That development is, does anybody really believe that the United Nations is going to somehow facilitate the development of expertise in software and artificial intelligence in developing countries? I think maybe perhaps as some form of knowledge exchange, which the IGF, facilitates, and we support the continuation of the IGF. But if you're talking about economic development of the digital economy, it's not going to come from multilateral institutions. Let's just be realistic about that.
Thank you, everyone, for your thought-provoking ideas and statements. We're talking a lot about the multi-stakeholder model and how it's achieved so much. And so now maybe we should reflect on how has WSIS been successful in redistributing power meaningfully among stakeholders? What has been WSIS's legacy for bridging the global digital divide or for global South equity? If there are any great examples, I think this is the time that you can bring it up. And Bill, I would want you to start here because you are very optimistic and we want to share your optimism.
I'm not necessarily optimistic. I'm simply saying that in the real world, there's a lot of activity. And this activity that lots of actors are engaged in that makes some difference on the ground. And that's why these things continue to develop. I hate talking with these things. I'm not saying, United Nations solves all problems. I'm not saying the United Nations is the central player in global digital economic development. I'm saying that it plays a role, especially in environments where the market, sorry, Milton, does not solve everything. If you're a Tanzanian villager, liberalization of telecom in 1995 may not solve all the issues you have with respect to digital inclusion. But when UNDP, which actually exists and spends billions of dollars on the ground in developing countries, and all the other programs that are associated with UNDP and the World Bank and all the regional development banks and all the other apparatus, goes out there and does stuff to try to provide resources and expertise and knowledge transfer and everything else, it can make differences on the ground. And they may not be things that you and I pay attention to. But that doesn't mean that they're irrelevant to those people who live there. I think it's just, we can't just look at this from the top down. We have to look at all these processes from the bottom up. And what WSIS is doing, I mean, it's not just a question of multilateral organizations. WSIS created a overarching holistic framework for thinking about global information society issues and for justifying the continuation of actions within a larger framework. And it establishes a framework that the United Nations is continually then going back and doing reality checks and saying, how's this going? How's implementation? By what metrics? And so on. And there's mechanisms that have been put in place for that. And it just sounds to me like you've mapped all of that out of your consciousness as things that are going on. But they are, I encourage you to pay attention to what goes on within multilateral organizations as well as I can. Because within multilateral organizations, there are lots of people doing lots of things, lots of activity, and some of it does matter.
I think I need to answer that. So, okay, the UNDP does not rely on the World Summit for its existence, and its funding does not rely. So, sure, if there are aid agencies in the United Nations that want to support telecommunications or digital development, what's stopping them with or without WSIS? I don't see the contribution. Furthermore, if there is this constant monitoring process, where are the results? Why can't you point to specific accomplishments that are coming out of these WSIS reviews in which we say, oh, here's how we increased telecommunications access in Tanzania by 10% because of WSIS?
Avery?
Okay, sorry, but I don't have your tangible proof. And so I guess I'm actually the optimist on this panel, and the one that actually makes almost a standard of faith, just like I believe in democracy, even though it fails constantly, and just like I believe in the multi-stakeholder. I personally don't believe in the UN a whole bunch, and I think probably in agreement with Milton, I think multilateral is problematic and therefore want to see more of those programs become more multi-stakeholder, include more of the stakeholders on the ground in making them work, and not so far as the sovereignty notion, but just the participatory notion, and that is, as opposed to, sort of saying, well, we have UNDP and it can do it all. Then it's a central, then it's a top-down. It's the WSIS that opens up the possibility of making it at the ground level be something that can be participatory by the people who would gain from it, and therefore, again, an act of faith. Multi-stakeholder is a baby of 20 in a world of thousands. So the fact that I have faith that this baby will grow up and be useful, I think I've seen little pieces. I didn't do the work to come up with a list of facts and figures, but I'm willing to bet, at least a dinner, that there are those factors that probably people out there could probably even quote at us, the people that work constantly within WSIS, within these action lines, who have dedicated their lives to them. And maybe Parry will have some, but really, I don't believe in the multilateral system. I think that much is probably plain from almost anything I've ever said or written. It's what we've got to cope with it, but I do believe we need to, and I use the word infect it with multi-stakeholder model and eventually replace it with multi-stakeholder models of various kinds. Thanks.
Pari, if I may put you in the spot, the regional IGFs, the kind of, efforts that are stemming from WSIS that impact Global South. From the top of your experience, what has worked in the WSIS process so far?
First of all, I think that it's such a tall order to expect visas to resolve all the power distribution entirely, But we shouldn't forget that while visas hasn't managed to redistribute power entirely, which is, as I said, it's tall order, but it has for the WSIS was the first forum to formally recognize the participation of Global South, not as a aid recipient, but as a governance actor. I think that was a big achievement that we shouldn't undermine. Its legacy, in my opinion, lies in institutionalizing inclusion, even if it's imperfect. But inclusion must lead to influence, I agree. That's where the next phase, I believe, lies. So true equity requires visas to move beyond representation towards structural reform, linking capacity building with agenda setting, and ensuring that Southern voices shape not just discussions, but decisions. Equity is not legacy, it's a continuing obligation. So I think visas has achieved a lot, but it needs now to go further, and we are on that moment.
Alexander?
Thank you.
Yes, I also don't feel capable in being able to do a sum total accounting of the contribution of WSIS to alleviating global poverty or overseas development aid or anything similar along those lines. But I do have an hypothesis that effectively, and I agree with Avery very much here, that I think WSIS plays a key role in helping drive the notion of a multi-stakeholder-ism, and as well as the importance indirectly of the internet community. And that in turn has other follow-on effects that are incredibly important. I, for instance, find it very difficult to imagine the Diana transition, which obviously which obviously was also due to the political circumstances of the Snowden revelations and similar, would have been conceivable even within the U.S. government space without this longer-lasting narrative of a multi-stakeholder model that was effectively driven through this WSIS process. And for me, that's already one example of why it might be a good thing to keep continuing, because I also believe that it is an evolution of democracy to continue in the multi-stakeholder model, and therefore that building on WSIS is the best way to keep it alive. And I also agree, therefore, that leaving it static would be a good way to kill it.
So the emerging consensus is that we don't kill WSIS, but it needs to evolve. And that leads me to my last question for the panel before we open up the panel to the audience. What happens if WSIS actually fails to reform? We are seeing parallel competing initiatives like the GDC. We are seeing digital trade. A lot of these very high-stake technology development is happening through bilateral agreements. There is a whole multilateral trade crisis that countries are also grappling with. There are sovereignty claims. Where do these issues go if the WSIS process doesn't reform enough to take on these contested issues? And how can WSIS actually evolve in a way? Because we've been dealing with this question for many, many years that, is it like it's supposed to be about cooperation, but it really can't pick up any serious issues because we don't want to ruffle feathers. So what does this reform really look like? Avery, would you like to begin?
Sure. I guess the first thing is ruffle feathers. Basically, the thesis I would have is that anything that is run by the UN is going to have many failure modes. And basically, the UN is actually fairly good, I think, at initiating things, at getting a bunch of people together and say, go forth and do. But once it says the go forth and do, it should pull back and 10 years later come back and say, so how did you do? And actually have a good methodology for reviewing. In other words, if the UN could sort of center itself on having ideas, sending them forward, and then being able to actually analyze the results, then it may actually be useful, because it does get a global picture. It does, create a space like the IGF where lots of people can come together and spout off their views of things, give their opinions. But it doesn't do a very good job of doing anything. And so my view of getting WSIS to work is sort of pulling the UN back and moving forward with various multi-stakeholder type of initiatives that can actually get the work done.
Bill, in the earlier panel, we had some of these same discussions. Should WSIS do something, or is it just a very important forum for convening different stakeholders, different ideas, and doing something would negate that? What do you think?
I think we need to be realistic about WSIS, and it's it can't both be an ineffective, irrelevant thing and a too big albatross on the world thing. It's obviously somewhere in between. Okay, the WSIS is just it's a process, by and large, on an ongoing basis of coordination among different programs. Through the UNGIS, you've got 39 different bodies that are coordinating and sharing information and checking against each other and saying, what's going on with this, how are you doing that, etc., under a holistic rubric that tries to tie together initiatives in different places to try to increase their coherence and so on. That's just an ongoing institutional process. It's not something that can solve the world's problems. Now, there are questions, of course, obviously, what's going to happen with this review and what will the General Assembly agree to? What should it agree to? I mean, I certainly hope that the review process is not going to get bogged down in relitigating internet governance, that we're not going to be getting enhanced cooperation out the wazoo again. I mean, that would be a complete waste of time, obviously. I think efforts to try to get bold new initiatives. I mean, there are civil society coalitions that are demanding global justice, and we should redistribute income and establish new global mechanisms for all that stuff's not going to happen. The geopolitical conditions to do big, bold things through the WSIS process are just not there. The most we can do is reaffirm the TUDIS agenda and its fundamental lines, try to maybe do some procedural reforms to increase multi-stakeholder participation in things like the CSTD implementation process, etc., and try to maybe fold some of the new areas where people want work done, AI, data, things like that, into the existing action lines, given the budgetary resources, which are very, very limited. No big new pronouncements, no big new negotiations, because it's just not going to work.
Pari, is reaffirming the agenda enough, or do we need more?
I think we need more. I do support some degree of independence between IGF and WSIS. I think that would be helpful. But however, I don't think that we need to get rid of WSIS for IGF to be completely independent. So I think they have different roles, they're complementary roles, but I would support some degree of independence, because I think that that would help it to be more innovative and more experimental, where WSIS is a more connective layer and it could continue that role. But without WSIS, I think IGF would lose its legitimacy and influence. I think it's good to focus on WSIS, try to increase its influence and impact. There are some imperfections within the participatory style, so those needs to be worked. But generally, yes, I support what it has been said, that it needs to evolve, but WSIS certainly should continue. Thank you.
Milton, is IGF independence actually a necessary evolution or an existential risk?
I think it's definitely a necessary evolution. I believe that one of the reasons to end WSIS is to make the IGF independent or more independent of the multilateral process, and essentially make it as freestanding. It's good to have this nexus with governments in the multilateral system, but the degree to which the IGF has become kind of hierarchicalized and turned into something that is dominated by states. I don't know how many of you were here for the early days of the IGF, but the atmosphere is so different now. You have separate tracks for parliamentarians. You have the MAG sort of half governmental and half the rest. When we talk about renewing WSIS or reaffirming WSIS, I would invite you to read the key phrases of WSIS about, governments have sovereign rights to make policy, and the rest of you are you're doing operational stuff, or read the role of civil society in the Tunis agenda. It's not even, there isn't even a role there. It's just like, it's important, but we don't know what your role is. I mean, why would we want to reaffirm that? What is it that we are salvaging by reaffirming an agenda that was a political compromise between hardcore sovereigntists 25 years ago and advocates of governance by non-state actors? I just think we need to realize that phase is over, and let's move on.
Alexander, how is WSIS navigating geopolitical tensions, sovereignty challenges? Are all of these parliamentarian tracks the future of WSIS?
So my reading of Tunis document is that there's very much a differentiation between public policy, where the sovereign rights of states was underlined multiple times, and basically the technical internet governance layer, as it were, which is effectively left to the private sector and the civil society. And that is, in my opinion, pretty clear there, which is why Wolfgang Kleinwächter's definition of on the internet and of the internet is pretty helpful. So, which also leads me to underline WSIS protection of that role, which I think it does, and it does quite well, but also to what IGF maybe should also consider doing. And this is where I think we should be careful about having too many different types of topics integrated into IGF. I don't think it's necessary to deal with all quantum-related issues, or even all AI-related issues, or even lethal autonomous weapon systems within IGF. I'm mostly part of the so-called cyber policy world, and there we deal with those issues in the UN group of government experts, an open-ended working group, and other issues. Those are perfectly good bodies for that. And indeed, when we look back to the first draft of the Digital Compact, I mean, there was this idea of a digital cooperation forum that would basically replace the IGF completely. I mean, that was one of the first ideas, or at least slides that were being floating about. And obviously that's come quite a long ways. The GDC had a very difficult birth. It was a very top-down policy initiative, and the multi-stakeholder language was very much watered down at the beginning, and it took a lot of effort to get it back in there. But I also think that's a perfectly decent space to deal with many of the issues that maybe would distract from the Tunis document, and basically this agreement that we have, that yes, public policy, absolutely, sovereign rights of states, but certain things that are related to the road itself, not behavior on the road, that should be left to the internet community.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully our provocation has worked and the audience has many questions. We'll take them now if we could have a show of hands.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm an academic from the University of Aarhus. If we would close WSIS, the problems would not disappear. We would have digital divide, digital economy, human rights in the digital age, all this on the table. If we would close the annual COP conferences, climate change would not disappear. So that means what would be, you need an alternative process. So if I think Milton's argument to close WSIS, and, when he said, what the WSIS process has produced to the end, then you reach a point where you say, okay, leave everything in the hand of the private sector. The rest will be managed by a battle between the government of the People's Republic of China and the people and the United States of America, and the rest of the world doesn't matter. So I think this is more or less not what the majority in the world wants to see. So probably this is the reality. It's very close to the reality, unfortunately. So we see the tech oligarchs and we see the geopolitical battle. But, you know, to have this mix of multilateral and multi-stakeholder mechanisms is more or less an alternative and has a potential. So this is not the solution to the problem. So we should not overestimate what the business process can produce, but you know, it is a very additional instrument to channel and to manage certain problems in the right direction. That's why I fully support when Bill argues it's a process. It's not, you know, one event, or the IGF also was not one annual conference, it's a process. And if I understand this, then I'm in favor for WSIS plus 30 and probably also for WSIS plus 40. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll take one online question. It's from Sivabramanian Muthuswamy. He's asking, if the internet barriers between geographies get firmly established, how would America sell motor cars to China? Through the post office and AT&T? I'm not sure what the question here is, but I'm obliged to read it. I will use my moderators. Jamal, why don't you go ahead first?
Thanks. I'm really enjoying this discussion. And as a cranky old Belgian, I'd like to add a bit of support to the discussion around the idea that this is a process. For me, this is an experiment. And, you know, Rome was not built in a day. That's what they say. And the internet governance space will not be, the governance mechanisms will not be designed in 20 or 50 years. You know, this is a big thing, and there's a lot of tensions that are fighting in different ways. My question to the panel is more about expectations of all of the stakeholders that are involved. What I'm hearing is that many people see, you know, these different spaces as being able to achieve different things. And I'm wondering if you could reflect on what expectations do you think have been set by these different actors, that, you know, that the states will be able to still be states, and that the civil society will still be able to be global civil society, but they might have some impact. They might have impact through states. You know, what are the expectations of all these different actors that are in this space, and do they think that, you know, they'll be able to suddenly become global governance rule makers, you know, without actually thinking about all of those different types of expectations that are being put in this pot, whether you're talking about WSIS, the IGF, or other spaces? That's a bit the question. I don't know if it's a question, but hopefully it's something to think about and cover.
Thank you, Jamal. I'll also add my question to the pile, which is, like Alexander, you talked about that there is multi-stakeholder cooperation happening around cybersecurity, around content moderation, and multi-stakeholder as a model is not tied to WSIS and IGF. And if these alternate forums have actually grown and evolved around certain specific issues, then should we look at other alternate models where this kind of convening could happen? Or should we put all our eggs in the same basket, which is WSIS and IGF? And is this part of the evolution of IGF, where it doesn't diminish its role? It continues not really ruffling feathers, but there are other venues that are, you know, willing to ruffle feathers more and are also multi-stakeholder, and we should create the space for them. Yes, the panelists can go in any order they like. Alexander?
Thank you for those excellent questions, especially the way what actors might perceive they might want to require from this, I think is interesting. I think it comes back to where, if you look in political science, where multi-stakeholder is located, it's very often assigned to deliberative democracy models and not consultative democracy. So when you look at people that come up and say IGF needs to be a decision-making organization, because if you don't make decision, if it's not legally binding, it means nothing. And that is the opposite philosophical model of what deliberative democracy basically means, which is just by talking about something, you're part of the decision-making process, even if you don't have the final vote. You can disagree with it, but it is an outlook and it is a view. And essentially, I would think many people say that IGF fulfilled that obligation, fulfilled that mission over the past. So by simply having topics to discuss and circulating topics and providing a sounding board for ideas fulfilled a certain important function. Jovan in the previous session basically aired that governments don't come to the IGF as much because they're not getting the answers that they want. And some of the feedback on that was, well, maybe they should go someplace else to solve their operational issues. And I think there's two different discussions there. There's not that they come here to have necessarily, or they should come here to have operational issues solved, but they come here to get ideas on the bigger topics or understand questions from other constituents they don't normally talk to and similar. And that was my understanding of what the IGF was supposed to be from the beginning, was really an information exchange platform. And I do think that this job has been sufficiently fulfilled in the past. The danger that I also heard from the previous panel was that there were actually a number of new actors, perhaps, or people who apply to be heard here and to speak, and who don't get the chance to do so. And I think that partially might lead to a question of redimensioning the IGF around maybe more tightly oriented topics, or with a more structure to make it more bottom up. But certainly to change it slightly, to make it more responsive to the needs of some constituents who feel like they haven't been heard. And I don't mean I don't mean civil society organizations necessarily, or the Global South overall. I mean individuals who feel they make submissions 3-4 times and don't have a chance to speak. And I think that process alone of involving those individuals in the topic also helps in the discussion, helps effectively lower the pressure on the entire discussion around the role of technology and political systems, and in my preference, the role of technology and in democracy. Because without these voices being able to communicate their frustrations or their concerns, or also where they think the technology is developing, I think we end up staying in the silos that we are all basically trapped in by virtue of how busy we are and can't get out. So IGF, being at IGF for me, I consider myself a tourist in internet governance space. This is my chance to get out of the cybersecurity bubble and hear interesting things. I wish more people from internet governance would go to the cybersecurity bubbles and listen what they're talking about. But essentially, until that happens, Internet Governance Forum is a good place for us to meet. Thanks.
Thanks, Milton.
Yeah, so I see the IGF conversation melding into the WSIS conversation. I think that's one of the more interesting questions that we've raised here is, what would it mean for the IGF if the WSIS was ended? And I believe that if the UN General Assembly says, can obtain consensus on we're going to stop WSIS and we're going to continue the IGF, then that would mean that IGF would not be diminished, would not be delegitimated, and we could continue working on that. Of course, I would like to see whatever reform, and I think if there is a consensus on this panel, it is that WSIS cannot stand pat. That has to be reformed and improved in some way. So that's, I think that's progress. But if it is going to be reformed, then what direction is it going to take? And I agree with Alex that the IGF should not be a decision-making forum, that it should be completely equal status, multi-stakeholder, and go back to that ideal. And that it's okay to be anchored in the UN as long as that doesn't mean it becomes state-dominated. But I think the people who want to continue WSIS have sort of an obligation to tell us exactly what this reform is and how feasible it is if it is going to be reformed. I just haven't heard any coherent ideas about that, frankly. And so if you hate me, and by the way, somebody in the Secretariat told me that everybody on the leadership panel hates me because of our article calling for the end of WSIS, which I found amusing. And I think none of them are in the audience, so our leaders are not leading and are not listening. But if you really are outraged by this call for ending WSIS, then tell us what we're going to do that's going to make things better. Tell us how we're going to reform WSIS and make it a coherent and politically feasible idea.
Bill?
Thanks. I'm not outraged at all. I just think it's completely irrelevant because the world's governments are going to do what they're going to do, and they don't care what we're saying. So the WSIS process will happen. They will adopt a a statement, and the processes will continue. I just want to flag two things real quick. One, the IGF thing. I think IGF should get a permanent mandate. I mean, that would give it a lot of independence. It would increase our ability to actually take on controversial issues. If people weren't always terrified that the IGF's going to lose its political support because you remember in 2007, we couldn't talk about critical internet resources. Now we can't talk about this and we can't talk about that. I mean, there's so many issues that become verboten because we're terrified that some governments will object and the UN will pull the rug out from under us. So we need to make the IGF more independent if we can. But the problem is, I think realistically, governments are not going to agree to do that unless they get something in return. And that could mean like more enhanced cooperation stuff. We could have a whole new trajectory of work. The G77 in China are pushing that. We'll see what happens. That would be, I think, a big waste of time. We could agree on that. Last point I just want to flag, and because this is an academic meeting. Part of the question I think in thinking about WSIS, sometimes people talk about WSIS and they dismiss it because it's a non-binding kind of normative type of thing. There's a sort of difference between rational choice-based theory and constructivist type theories in the way we think about these things. I tend to come from a more constructivist side. I look at this process and I say that the WSIS contributed greatly to institutionalization at the global level of internet governance and digital governance issues around the world. All around the world, you saw governments and NGOs and others build up capacities, build up resources, etc., around this stuff that didn't exist before 2003, 2005. There was collective learning as we all adjusted to each other and learned about these issues, conceptually constituted a space. All that happened through WSIS. And if WSIS can somehow continue to be vibrant in that regard, if somehow we could have a process under WSIS that would look to the future, try to think about digital environment, the relationship between internet governance and digital governance, things like that, it could be really useful. Unfortunately, I don't see governments having the vision to do that. I think we're in hunkered down mode, the budgets are collapsing, the geopolitical conflicts are increasing. It's going to be a miracle if the WSIS process just gets through the UN General Assembly and we adopt the text. So this is not the time probably for bold revisioning, but you'd like to think that if the thing continues, that there'd be some way to leverage it, that we could find some way to use it and leverage it to expand that aspect. I stop.
No bold reimagining, incremental improvements. Avri, you agree?
I'm not sure that I agree with doing nothing bold. I find it hard to say no. But what I really wanted to say is I think that there is a big role for a discussion of further separation of IGF from WSIS. That dependency should eventually disappear. IGF should have a long life, should be more independent. In other words, it really should be multi-stakeholder all the way up to the top. It should not be a top-down UN unto the multi-stakeholders, but rather it should really become what it was meant to be, a multi-stakeholder organization. And that means initiation does not mean ruling. And if we can get just that notion across, that just because you start something doesn't mean you get to control it for all eternity, and to the point of we really want the IGF to be multi-stakeholder, not UN run. UN participating, but not UN run.
Thank you, Avri. Pari?
Thank you. I think we underestimate the achievement of WSIS and IGF. I think IGF has achieved a lot. It brought a lot of conversation to the fore and has changed the context. It's a place when discussions take place, and then it starts to evolve in other spaces, as we have seen. So WSIS itself, it has been, in my opinion, beyond its original mandate, which it has achieved. It's also achieved a lot of, it has a lot of achievements. So I think we shouldn't underestimate the achievements so far. But yes, there is need for evolution, for it to evolve and influence more. In terms of IGF and WISES separation. As I said, to some degree, I support the independence of IGF, but I don't think they should be completely separated. I think they serve different functions. One is experimental, the other one is connective. We need both innovation from IGF and structure from WISES to build a coherent and inclusive governance future. The risk isn't IGF independence, it's losing the anchoring framework that links it to broader digital cooperation. So this will weaken its influence in broader global policy dialogue. So to me, we got to keep the connection, but some degree of independence I definitely support. Thank you.
And with that, we're over time. I would like to thank all my panelists for indulging in our provocation and bringing their thoughtful insights. Thank you for the audience for your participation and amazing questions. And onwards to the next panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nadia Chachia from the United Nations University Institute for Comparative Regional Integration Studies. And it's my pleasure to introduce the next presenter because their research is incredibly important to continue the discussion on stakeholder participation in internet governance processes. We started this afternoon with a discussion about whether WISES should end. And where they discuss the past and the future, I want to talk about right now. Over the last few months, the internet community has been discussing the WISES modalities. In essence, how can stakeholders contribute to the discussions about the future of the internet? And we're just about to go into a new round of consultations. Therefore, this research is extremely timely in reflecting about how stakeholders were able to contribute in recent bottom-up and top-down processes, and what are the lessons learned to improve meaningful participation in internet governance. I would like to give the floor to Jacqueline Bigato, who will be presenting the co-authored research on reframing internet governance, the struggle of multi-stakeholderism in the face of multilateralism. Please.
Thank you so much, Nadia. And hi, everyone. It's very nice to be here. I'm Dr. Jacqueline Pigato from São Paulo State University, also representing my co-authors Mark Datsgeld and Laura Silva from the same institution. This is my first Giganet Symposium, so I'm very honored to present this paper. And okay, so this paper follows up on a paper we published in 2021, in which we explored polarity in internet governance. So what we call the tripolar approach for internet governance, we analyzed the models of US, European Union, and China, and their spheres of influence. And then last year, we had a very interesting case that was the initial idea for this paper regarding two processes that happened on the same year, the Net Mundial Plus 10 and the Global Digital Compact of the United Nations. So these both processes spotlighted this growing tension between the multi-stakeholder and the multilateral model. And we did this brief analysis on the two processes in terms of consultation and participation. Oh, thank you. Sorry. And you will use this methodology, quantitative and qualitative analysis. Okay, so we have some fundamental questions that we started to think for this paper. The first one is about a shift from bottom-up governance to a state-led multilateralism. This is a phenomenon that we've been observing for the last, I think, 10 years. And this brought up another question for us regarding the balance or the concepts of internet governance and digital governance, because 20 years ago, when we were talking about WISES so far, we talked a lot about internet governance, but now we used to use the term digital governance, and we question if this would be a shift for this more multilateral approach not just of the UN, but also other policy forums that are discussing digital governance as the G20, the G7, OECD, other international spaces, and of course the UN system in total. And the other question is, how do state-led versus these community-led consultations unfold? So we started to question the role of the stakeholders and what makes their inputs matter. Especially because in the end of these two processes, neither of them was broadly accepted, we can say. Net Mundial Plus 10 had limited governmental participation and engagement, and the GDC sidelined non-state actors in final phases of negotiations. So for our theoretical framework, we had some assumptions based on literatures about stakeholderism, about being open, decentralized, non-binding, with participation from civil society, technical community, private sector, academia, and government. And of course, multilateralism being state-centric, more formal, with binding outcomes, with emphasis on issues such as national security and economic priorities. So we based our approach in the assumptions that the multilateralism has more legitimacy through sovereignty related to traditional power, and the multi-stakeholderism, there's this legitimacy through inclusivity in a model that everyone agrees. And of course, remembering the famous paper by Janet Hoffman about multi-stakeholder being a fiction put into practice. And then we have this legitimacy dilemma of inclusivity and enforceability. We also had this analytical lens of the tripolar approach to power within internet governance, so competing legitimate interests with different designs to establish control. So the US with the technical sector and an infrastructure dominance, and this very market freedom approach. The EU with this normal setting with transnational reach, very human-centric, human rights approach, more like regulatory, democratic way, and the Chinese sphere of influence that's directed state supervision with some predictability, very planned, and very proximity with the central governments and the private companies. We are not saying that every state agrees with the multilateral model per se. We have different views on how stakeholder engagement can happen. So this is why we thought this could be like a continuity of our previous paper. But also here on this one, we tried to add the Brazilian view as a global South leader that tries to bridge multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism. So for our methodology, we analyzed the submissions, basically, of the two processes. And we have some quantitative results here. In the case of Net Mundial Plus 10, we had more submissions from civil society. And for the GDC, we have more submissions by governments, but also an expressive participation from civil society in some processes that are totally different in terms of procedures and how this participation was enabled. So here's the comparative of the two processes. And then I want to focus more on the discussion of our qualitative analysis. For stakeholder categories that are not coherent, that's the first topic that we analyze about civil society and even governments are often fragmented. So, for instance, in Brazil, we have different government bodies kind of disputing digital policy issues. And this calls for future research on the participation dynamics of these actors, of these stakeholders. The second point is that this governance crisis also mirrors a broader democratic challenges that, as we've been discussing in the previous panel, because there's a clear public demand for deeper civil society inclusion in global decision-making. So this is not just on internet governance issues, but also in environmental issues, for instance. And on a third point, we have blurred lines between procedural and substantive issues. I believe there's some kind of confusion, especially for new stakeholders that are starting to engage with these processes about what we are discussing, if this is a governance institutional approach to how we are dealing with these issues. So this is like mostly the discussion that we had on the previous panel on the WSIS Plus 20, also the Global Digital Compact and their relation, how these processes are connecting with each other. And also there's another part of this discussion that is the substantive issues. So if you are talking about data protection, platform accountability, freedom of expression, in numerous topics. So I think there's a discussion here, and I would like to hear from the audience about if there's a consensus on the understanding of internet governance, if it's more related to governance procedure than actual topics of management and use of the internet, and if this is related to the other question that I made earlier about, we call it internet governance or digital governance. And of course, there's the topic about the IGF that we are analyzing, if this is still a main multi-stakeholder venue. Of course, there is this global consensus and recognition on the role of the IGF, but it lacks strong government participation to bridge this gap that exists between multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes, and the policy decisions continue to happen in closed state-led forums and not in this multi-stakeholder environment.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
I have one more,
of course,
just to finish. We have this point of institutional innovation that is crucial. So here we bring the role of the ODET, the UN Office for Digital and Emerging Technologies, and these challenges of enable these inclusive negotiation formats to oversee participatory and transparent implementation of the GDC. So to finish, some of our recommendations are basically to develop a hybrid governance model and investing more in capacity building for underrepresented groups. And the dialogue needs to be more dynamic if stakeholders are actually to keep pace with innovation and also to have enforcement decision making. We have some future research directions that we're going to discuss this, but in the sake of time, I'm going to finish, and we can have the Q&A and maybe some of these questions and other questions. So I can stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question has been raised to you, your ideas about internet governance or digital governance. There's also been a question about the consensus of understanding. Are there any questions or comments regarding this from the audience? I see Professor Mueller. Please take the floor.
Just a question about your, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Your definition of multi-stakeholder, reading that carefully, I see that ICANN and the regional internet registries would not qualify as multi-stakeholder organizations because they make binding decisions and their decision-making process is centralized. So what would be the implications of that for your analysis?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Miller. You're absolutely right about ICANN being a multi-stakeholder model and have binding decisions. I think actually we misformulate that on the slides, but we are thinking that major multi-stakeholder processes are usually not non-binding, and it's more related to public policy issues of internet governance and not technical issues such as ICANN and other multi-stakeholder spaces that deals with that.
Yeah, if I could intervene in that,
Yeah.
I think ICANN does make public policy issues. I think that's one of the things that came out of our last debate is that this idea that it's just making technical decisions is completely wrong. I mean, everybody who's involved in ICANN knows that when it makes a decision about who has the right to a name, when it resolves trademark domain name conflicts, when it requires or does not require the publication of personal information for the who is, These are all public policy decisions. And the whole point of multi-stakeholder governance is that these policy decisions are made by non-state actors. And I think, that's why I don't like the term multi-stakeholders, because it confuses, participation with decision-making authority. Anyway, I'll shut up.
No, you're absolutely right about this confusion of participation and decision-making. I think there is some confusion, and this includes government actors, about public policy issues that are more close to the final users of the internet, and these technical matters that are not so close. So now we are seeing this environment of digital governance, discussing more issues of public policy that are close to the people, the final users, and this, I think, is where major discussions on multi-stakeholder or multilateral are happening. But yeah, I think we had a phase of discussing internet governance with ICANN and in technical issues that is more consolidated, but this is not, we are not seeing the same thing for these new issues of public policy more close to the user. Yeah.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, I would also like to encourage those who are online to leave your questions in the chat. We're very keen on having this conversation, not only with the people in the room, but people globally. It is also a discussion for you. In the meantime, I would like to ask Professor Shaheen, would you like to unmute yourself?
Hi. I assume you can hear me because I can hear myself, so that works. Thank you very much. It rolls on very nicely from the previous discussion that we had that Milton was part of, and I'd like to echo that kind of discussion around multilateral, multi-stakeholder, which is the main aim of your paper, with a comment, and then there is a question behind it. Sorry, but I'll try and be brief. It felt to me that in the descriptions that you put on the slides, at least, you were mixing up the who and the what. And that might already help you to think about when you're talking about multilateral institutions or whatever, or multi-stakeholder institutions. You're talking about a series of actors, but you're also talking about what those actors do. And it seemed to me to be a bit mixed in the paper, at least. And I'm wondering what you thought about that. I have two questions, though. And they're both related to the tripolar thing, which I understand was from a previous paper, but I'm going to come back to it if I'm allowed to. I find it interesting. I also find in a global setting, the global discussions that we're having right now, to focus on three main powers, if you like, and to say that everything is driven by these three powers is problematic. I would also like to say that the characterization of those is very difficult. It's not as easy just to say China is an empire in the digital world, right? Particularly with the European Union perspective, that's the one I'm most familiar with. You talk about the EU being human-centric. Well, actually, if humans are functioning elements of an economy, then it's human-centric, right? But it's not social human-centric, it's more economic human-centric. So I'm thinking about things like that. And the question behind that is, in the tripolar model, can you think of maybe a quadripolar model, a penta model? Are there different, do you need to think in terms of poles? Right? Is the essential question. Do you really need to say there are three great powers? And where does the UN fit into that? Or where does the global model fit into that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we can look back to the definitions of multi-stakeholder and multilateral actors that you mentioned, but I'm going to answer the question of the tripolar approach. Yeah, I agree that it's problematic to focus just on three models. This was like a study case that we did 4 years ago, and we were trying to map some different models of governance based on the state's actor. So this is where the EU, China, and United States were the actors most preeminent in international space in general, and that's why we start the analysis with these three. But I think we have different models, like we could include like India, Russia, Brazil, and of course Brazil, since we are Brazilians, we are more close to the model, but I think there's a lot of proximity with the EU model in terms of a rights-based approach for digital governance. And the question about the UN, I think it's like $1 million question, because that's where we're trying to figure it out, especially this year with these negotiations in the Global Digital Compact. I see there's the actors in general are trying to complement multilateralism with multi-stakeholderism, but we don't know how to have an effective multi-stakeholderism, because we have these consultations like the UN did with the Global Digital Compact, that they listen to every stakeholder, but in the end you have the negotiations close to state actors, and the same thing is happening right now with the negotiations for the AI panel and the global dialogue that emerged from the GDC. So I think the challenge is to try to conciliate these demands of stakeholders with these final negotiations of states. And I think the ODET has this special role to try to coordinate this. That's like one of the final questions of our paper. And I think that's where UN fits, because they are proposing to be that actor that will try to coordinate all these efforts. And the discussion that we are having on the last panel was also bringing to this, like, we have this architecture of WSIS and the IGF that emerged 20 years ago, basically in Geneva, and now we are having this change of UN processes to New York. That's a whole approach, different approach. So yeah, I don't have a clear answer, but yeah, I think that's about it.
Great, so we'll take, is there anything online? Then we'll take one last question, please, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Rolf Epper, University of Zurich, and here I should say for about 8 years I was member of the steering committee of Giganet and serving as vice chairman under Milton. My question is relatively short. I was wondering when listening to your presentation whether your definition of enforceability is not really too narrow, because not only governmental regulations are enforceable, also contractual duties and obligations are enforceable. And if you see multi-stakeholderism as a social contract, then we might come to the conclusion that agreements within the social contracts could be enforceable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, I think we could think about that broader concept of enforceability totally, because we are looking more at how states are dealing with these issues. But even when states do have like a hard law or something, that's difficult to actually enforce in practice. So how could we cooperate with other actors to enforce that, or especially thinking about private sector, big techs, and etc. But yeah, we will definitely think about that. Thank you.
Great, thank you all very much for all your questions, and of course to our presenter for answering the questions and presenting the work. I hope that we will be able to come together and learn more of all the research that we've been contributing today. And hereby, I would like to end this particular section, but I please urge you to stay as I hand over my session now to the chair of the program committee, Sophie Hogenboom.
Hi. Thanks. I am Sophie. But my name is also Jamal. A tradition that we started in our last steering committee meeting was to say that we would have an open mic session at the end of all our steering committee meetings. Well, today is not a steering committee meeting per se, formally, but it is a meeting of Giganet members. All Giganet members are online or here, or some of them are online or here, and we wanted to have 18 minutes and 19 seconds of an open mic session. The idea behind this is to see what people in the Giganet community would like for us to do in terms of things that Giganet does, what people would like to help co-organize, what people would like to help share, what people would like to organize themselves, or just participate in. And so we thought that the best thing to do would be to just open up for a few minutes, see if there are people who have ideas for our community and that are willing to share them with us. Is that right? That sounds more or less a good angle for the next open mic session. Everybody is familiar. Should everybody just introduce themselves briefly? Do we start? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so Tricia, maybe you want to introduce yourself and say the role that you have in, and then we do the introductions, and then we'll go to the questions.
I'm Tricia Meyer. I'm a professor in digital governance and participation at the Vrije Universiteit Brussel, a colleague of Jamal's, Sophie's, Nadia's, and I'm the vice chair currently.
My name is Milton Mueller. I'm a professor at the Georgia Institute of Technology and director of the Internet Governance Project, and I am the communications director of Giganet.
Hello everyone, my name is Sophie Hogemam. I'm a PhD student at the Vrije Universiteit Brussel, as well as the United Nations University in Bruges. And currently I'm here as my role as the chair of the program committee. This was also the first time that I was involved with Giganet. And of course we did a bit of an alternative program than compared to the other years. So I would also be very curious to hear opinions about that.
Hi, I'm Jamal Shaheen, chair of the Giganet Academic Network, and also working at the Universities of Amsterdam and Brussels.
So my name is Berna Akçalıgür. I'm a lecturer at Queen Mary University Center for Commercial Law Studies, and I'm currently the membership committee chair of Giganet.
Maybe I would introduce Jürg online. Is he online? Does he want to introduce himself? Or shall I do it for him? Jürg Desai is our secretary, our treasurer, and he is online from Mumbai. And did you say there was a question online, Tricia? You need to mic yourself.
I'm not sure if Mark is able to unmute. If you'd like to raise the question yourself, I'll just wait for a moment. Okay, I'll read it out. Mark Dattiskeld had a few comments for the previous point of helping out his co-presenter, but specifically for this particular open mic session, he said, are there any plans to increase Giganet's visibility in fora other than the IGF? That would be a great step.
It's a bit difficult if Mark's mic doesn't work, because I would like to know what fora. I mean, let's Milton, we should also mention that Milton is one of the founding members of Giganet and has been a chair as well, may have some ideas and can tell us about the origins of Giganet, particularly within the context of the IGF. Do you want to say a bit about why we were set up in the context of the IGF, Milton?
Well, I think what Mark may be asking is, could we break out of the IGF and be more prominent and visible as an academic association outside of the IGF? But yeah, our history is definitely that our origins were tied to the IGF and our annual symposium. And I don't know, after 5 or 6 years, we debated detaching the two and decided we definitely did not want to do that. And also there was, we do have alliances with other academic institutions and conferences. So for example, GigArts is kind of an annual academic conference on internet governance that kind of evolved out of Giganet, but is separately run, more like a kind of a program committee without a membership and all of that. But we typically affiliate with them, and sometimes regional, like Joanna's regional conferences and have had endorsement by Giganet, and before that we've held conferences in Korea and North America. So if I think what you're leading towards, Mark, is if you want to form a conference in Brazil and to get the endorsement of Giganet for your conference, we'd certainly be open to that.
Nadia?
If I could add to that, at EuroDig and YouthDig, there is a session where Giganet comes and presents what Giganet does to the YouthDig community and some of the European stakeholders, and explain how they can contribute, how to get involved, and how to contact the membership chair.
It may be worthwhile adding to all of this by saying that we do have an endorsement policy. You can find it on the website, and we do like to partner up with additional conferences, but the root of Giganet is essentially tied to the IGF, for better or worse. And there are other conferences that take place. We're also a community that is very multidisciplinary, right? And so many of us participate in different spaces where we also do, organize panels and things like that sometimes fall under the remit of Giganet. So I think, that maybe we could do more to get people to mention Giganet when they go to things. But I think we are quite visible as members and people working in that space. But thanks for the question, Mark. Are there more questions or?
Mark is able to unmute now in case we'd like to have, he said we can take other questions and he doesn't want to monopolize the time, but he can actually intervene if we would like that.
Are there any more questions from members of the community here? Sure.
Okay. Siva asks, what proportion of Giganet membership comes from outside of America and Europe? Has there been sufficient outreach worldwide?
Well, you can explain the mechanisms we have, the membership committee.
Yes. So that would be a question to me. We have not done a study as to where, a regional study as to where our members come from. But, our membership is open to anyone who applies. And from my observation, that it is definitely not monopolized by North America. We have quite a few members from Europe, Asia, increasing number of applications come from Africa. So I would definitely not perceive Giganet as as consisting of members mainly from North America. I think it had started that way with collaboration from European academics, but it is definitely reaching out to a broader geography. And we would like to do more. If you have more of these sessions, I think we would definitely have a more diverse membership. And I encourage all of you to apply so we have a more diverse membership.
I think because as the membership committee chair, you also have a committee.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So I would like to shortly explain how we decide on membership applications. So we have our youngest member is leaving. So okay, so there's an online form. You fill in the form, and every month, there are 5 members to our membership committee. We meet and we evaluate these applications. So if you're an academic, established academic with publications in the internet governance field, then you qualify for membership. If you are an emerging academic, then you would need a sponsorship letter from your PhD supervisor or a current member to become a full member. And if you are in the internet governance field, but more active in as a civil society, with a civil society organization, then you become an observer. Being an observer means that you will be added to our mailing list. You will essentially be like a member. You just cannot nominate yourself to take a role in the steering committee. So there isn't much of a difference in terms of how you benefit from the activities of Giganet. So, and if you have any questions, I'm here for 3 days. If you see me around, you can ask me questions, and yeah. So.
Thank you. The membership is important, but only in the sense that, as a global organization, we do try and make sure that we reach out to all parts of the world. So if there are people who would like to join, but think, oh no, that's not the case, right? We are an open organization and really want participation and engagement from all parts of the world.
Yes, also I think one thing we need to emphasize is that it is a multidisciplinary group. So we have lawyers, social scientists, engineers, and we are open to academics from all sorts of backgrounds. And so.
Thank you. Tricia, was there another question you sent?
I think I'd invite Mark, who continues to have some comments, perhaps to unmute if you're able to do that now, to continue the discussion on visibility of Giganet.
And then I would have a question.
Go ahead, Mark.
For you, about how you felt it went.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Just complimenting on what I was saying before, and thank you for all the insights in the chat. It is the Giganet is pretty much the reference when it comes to academia in our field, and while I see examples of how it has penetrated in some other regions, when I speak from the LAC region in particular, there is very little awareness of its presence here, as an example. And I would be willing to bet that in some other regions, there's also that lack of awareness. So as the project keeps expanding, I would say that Giganet is gaining more visibility within the IGF environment. It would be interesting if at some point in the plans that the committee is leading towards, to think about this issue. I don't think it's a top priority or anything, but I do think that is something that should be on the roadmap, how to raise awareness and bring these different papers to other regions, right? So how to showcase the actual work, not only, hey, here's how to get involved, not just outreach, but how to bring this research to other regions and raise awareness of the research being done. Thank you.
I think you've just volunteered for the role of Giganet ambassador to the LAC region. Is that correct, Mark? But it's definitely an interesting way of thinking. And for me, one of the things that really makes the Giganet important, the annual symposium important, is that we are able to sit in a space that is dominated by a lot of different stakeholders. Maybe there's a few people in the room who normally aren't listening to academics talking about things. So we have a translation issue that we need to get across, but we also need to ensure that this space is heard in those different by those different stakeholders, and I think that's important. And for that, I would maybe like to ask a question to the people who've been organised in the, well, Sophie, actually, who's been organised in this session, and maybe it's a broader question also for the community. Have you felt that, you know, this kind of way of organising the programme this year, although it's been very fast, because, you know, we're used to 6 months more time for Giganet, but although it's been quite fast, do you think that this is a format, or did you find this interesting, and have other people found this interesting, to actually organise these panels and bring together these different experiences throughout the session? Yeah.
Yes, just to give some context for those who are not aware of how we did things in the previous years, but normally we have a paper call and a reviewing process, because the last IGF was, of course, in December in Saudi Arabia, we didn't have the time to do it this year. So out of necessity, we were forced to think about alternative ways in how to design this program. And that's why we came up with different variations. So, for example, the panel discussion that we had after lunch, but also to include a research project in its entirety as one session. I would say personally, but I would love to hear the opinions from the wider community, but I was very enthusiastic about this, both these different sessions. So I would say that we should continue to explore these different forms. I think also, especially by including different research projects or academic projects, it's also a way to bring in more members to our community that are maybe not aware of the existence of Giganet. However, I would also say that just to make sure that we continue to have an open, academic, rigorous forum, I do think that we should continue with the official paper call and the reviewing process. Also because I do think that we have to be wary that we are not continuously inviting the same people or the people that are already active in our community. And I think an open paper call, is the way to inspire people that are not involved yet to apply and to try. But I would also love to hear your opinions, because, as I said, this was the first time that we did it in this way. So I'd look forward to hearing your opinions now or later this week.
Thanks, Sophie. Are there any more insights or experiences or thoughts that people in this room or in the virtual room may have? Dennis is... he's taking the open mic, literally. Yes, go ahead. Take an open mic.
If I may do it like this. Thank you. So as someone who has submitted a proposal for a set panel, I think we enjoyed it tremendously. Thank you again for everyone to making this possible. And the chair, Trisha, thank you so much. I think what I liked about this year's setup is the mix of things. So the fact that because I've done, I think, presented 3 papers where it was only the paper call, and it was nice, it was really good. But you have very long days of the same kind of setup of, changing. And so having the roundtable, having a set research project presenting results, I think that's a nice mix-up of things. So I really enjoy that.
Thanks, Dennis. It's great to hear that the experience was mutually beneficial and pleasurable. We have 2 seconds left. No, we don't. Are there any other comments or questions or anything before we welcome you warmly to the BI event? I hope you've all registered for the event. If you were on the Giganet mailing list, you would have received the registration details that were passed through. We will all be meeting around 6 o'clock to have a wonderful collaborative event in a very nice setting in the middle of Oslo, where Milton will be talking again, along with 2 other colleagues from different networks about their work. 6:30. Well, if I say 6, I might be there at 6:30, so that's already it. Okay, so without further ado, I think I want to say thank you very much to Sophie for putting everything together, and to all the other members of the SC that really made this happen, and to all of the speakers today, and to all of the people that were engaged, and also all the wonderful people at the back who made sure that we could hear ourselves and the others whilst everything was working. So thanks a lot to everybody.